Chapter 1048. Published at 11th of July, 2022, 5:22 and 57 seconds AM. Chapter 1048. Chapter 1048 Fighting the Demon Emperor. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1048 Fighting the Demon Emperor. Welcome to the 7th floor. You have 4 hours to defeat the demon. Shortly after Yuan arrived on the 7th floor of the demon ceiling pagoda, the demon emperor, still with its eyes closed, spoke in a calm voice. "What is your name, human?" "Tian Yu." Yuan said with a smile on his face to see how the demon emperor would react. The demon emperor's eyebrows slightly twitched upon hearing Yuan's words, but other than that, it really didn't have any reaction. "I'm just joking. You can call me Yuan, demon emperor. You're a peculiar human, Yuan. Not only are you able to stand there and talk with me without pissing your pants, but you can even make jokes. I guess you made it this far for a reason." "Oh, a demon is actually praising a human?" As expected, demon emperors are different. Compared to the mentally weak demons that will become enraged at the slightest provocation. You guys aren't like that, and it's almost like I am speaking to another human. Yuan said with a profound smile on his face. "What did you just say?" The demon emperor mumbled in a dazed voice, its aura suddenly shooting into the cloudless sky. "Oh, did I hit a nerve?" Yuan chucked. "Did you just compare me to humans? You think I am like a human? Me? A demon emperor? Know your place." The demon emperor suddenly opened its eyes, revealing violet eyes that emanated intense killing intent. A nervous smile appeared on Yuan's face when the demon emperor's chilling aura permeated the entire area there. Even with his prowess and talents, he still couldn't help but tremble before it. Although he didn't think that he was going to lose to this demon emperor, he knew that it wasn't going to be an easy task, especially considering that had just angered the demon emperor. The demon emperor began approaching Yuan in slow and steady steps, looking extremely menacing. Yuan tightly held onto his Empyrean Overlord, and prepared to fight the demon emperor. "Remember the name of the demon who will kill you. My name, Demon Emperor Wraith." Demon Emperor Wraith roared right before it summoned a bloody axe in both hands and rushed at Yuan. Ding! Yuan blocked one of its axes with the Empyrean Overlord, but the demon emperor had a second one, and it used it to attack him almost instantly afterward. Ding! The starry abyss appeared right in front of the location that the axe was going to land, blocking it. However, since he was controlling the starry abyss with a technique, it wasn't as powerful as the sword in his hand. Yuan quickly used his movement technique to dodge the demon emperor's second axe right before it bypassed the starry abyss defense, and gained some distance between them. "Not bad," Yuan smiled. "Ha." The demon emperor didn't give Yuan any time to rest and immediately chased after him. The two of them would go back and forth for the next 5 minutes blocking and attacking each other. Swords of Eternal Torment. A minute into their fight, Yuan summoned the golden swords. The golden sword struck the demon emperor, because it had appeared so suddenly. However, the demon emperor didn't show much reaction to it besides having an annoyed look on its face. "So you know this pesky technique as well, huh? Although it's extremely effective against lower-ranking demons, it's ineffective against demon emperors such as us." Yuan narrowed his eyes on the demon emperor. "That's a bluff. The Swords of Eternal Torment definitely works on even demon emperors. It's just that my demon sealing aura isn't strong enough to affect it." Demon sealing zone. He proceeded to create a massive zone that covered almost 100 meters in radius around him and the demon emperor. The demon emperor could feel its strength decreasing, but it wasn't by too much, and it wasn't nearly enough to make it panic. Another annoying technique. "Hey, I thought only the divine Paragon could use these techniques. How come you can use them as well?" The demon emperor suddenly asked Yuan. "I already told you. I am Tian Yu." Yuan said with a smile. "I won't be able to defeat it at this rate. I didn't want to use this because it's very risky and energy consuming, but if I want to defeat this demon emperor, I am going to have to use it." He thought to himself. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. After taking a deep breath, Yuan suddenly retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss, becoming bare-handed. His actions greatly puzzled the demon emperor, and piqued its interest at the same time. "What are you doing? Are you giving up already?" The Demon Emperor asked him. Give up? Before a demon? Over my dead body? Yuan smiled in response. He then made some gestures with his hands before shouting out loud, close. The demon sealing zone suddenly closed in on the Demon Emperor, until it was basically trying to squeeze it to death. The Demon Emperor laughed when it saw what he was doing. What nonsense do you think you're doing? This won't have any effect on me. However, before the demon could try to break out of the demon sealing zone, Yuan made a few more hand gestures before shouting again, restrict. Golden chains suddenly came out of the ground and coiled itself all around the Demon Emperor's body, restricting its movements. How dare you underestimate me with this shit? The Demon Emperor quickly started struggling, but it was having a little trouble breaking out of the chains, as it kept coming out of the ground and replacing the ones it broke. Now that I have bought myself some time, Yuan immediately sat on the floor and began cultivating with his eyes closed. An unfathomable aura suddenly began emitting from Yuan's body, quickly permeating the area. The Demon Emperor had an uneasy feeling in its guts after seeing Yuan and his aura, and it became desperate. A few more moments later, right as the Demon Emperor broke out of the last chain, Yuan opened his eyes and shouted, Demon Sealing Pagoda. The Demon Emperor's eyes widened with shock as it looked up to see that a massive golden pagoda had appeared above it. Wait. The Demon Emperor pleaded. However, Yuan ignored the demon and gestured for the pagoda to fall. The golden pagoda fell the following moment, crushing the Demon Emperor into the ground. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1049. Published at 12th of July, 2022, 5:09 and 26 seconds AM. Chapter 1049. 1049. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1049. The true purpose of the Demon Sealing Pagoda Dong. The moment the golden pagoda landed on the Demon Emperor, a profound ripple permeated the world there, causing it to shake. However, the Demon Sealing Pagoda wasn't meant to kill the Demon Emperor. Let me out. The Demon Emperor's voice boomed from within the golden pagoda. Yuan ignored the Demon Emperor's voice and continued to focus on the golden pagoda, pouring his spiritual energy and demon sealing aura into it. Within the Demon Sealing Pagoda, the Demon Emperor was trying its best to fight back against the demon sealing aura that was entering its body without any resistance. The Demon Emperor knew that even with its strong resistance against demon sealing aura, that it wouldn't be able to last long inside the Demon Sealing Pagoda, one of the Divine Paragon's strongest demon sealing techniques. However, maintaining the Demon Sealing Pagoda wasn't an easy task for Yuan, who was severely lacking in cultivation. The only reason he could use this technique at his current level is because of his memories as the Divine Paragon and his experience. Dong, dong, dong. Over the next several moments, the Demon Emperor would try to break out of the Demon Sealing Pagoda, but to no avail. Feeling like a trapped mouse, the Demon Emperor unleashed its limit and strongest technique. However, before the Demon Emperor could fully unleash its attack, Yuan suddenly made more hand gestures and shouted, Seal. Ah! The Demon Emperor suddenly felt intense pain coming from all over its body. And when it looked down, it noticed many tiny needles piercing into its body. Before the Demon Emperor could react, Yuan's voice resounded again, Seal. An intense pressure infused with demon sealing aura suddenly flattened the Demon Emperor. Seal. Golden chains appeared from within the pagoda and chained the Demon Emperor. Seal. 3 flags appeared the next moment and surrounded the Demon Emperor. By now, half of the Demon Emperor's body had turned into stone, but Yuan wasn't finished just yet. Seal. 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 Yuan repeated the word 9 times in total. After the 9th seal, the Demon Emperor was completely sealed. Yuan deactivated the Demon Sealing Pagoda immediately afterward, and began to recover his cultivation. Half an hour later, after recovering enough spiritual energy, Yuan began charging up for a maximum power heaven-splitting sword strike to finish off the Demon Emperor once and for all. And just to make sure the Demon Emperor was as weak as possible, He surrounded the Demon Emperor with the Demon Sealing Zone to further increase his chances of killing it in one go. Once he was prepared, Yuan released his strongest heaven-splitting sword strike yet. The heaven-splitting sword strike was so powerful that it caused the space there to distort. A few moments later, congratulations, you have managed to pass the 7th floor in 1 hour, 20 minutes and 37 seconds. It's a new record. Here is your reward for clearing the 7th stage. A golden orb of light floated towards Yuan, but it wasn't something he could absorb. The golden orb of light disappeared once it reached Yuan, turning into a small golden ring. Yuan smiled when he saw this ring. He accepted it and tossed it into his spatial ring without even inspecting it, almost as though he already knew what it was, and what it was capable of. What was that ring, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked out of curiosity as he approached the 8th floor. Something that I will need in the future, he said. Don't keep us in suspense, young master. Yuan merely kept on smiling, refusing to tell them about it. Upon arriving at the 8th floor, Yuan found himself in the middle of an ocean with no land. But there were also no signs of a demon. Welcome to the 8th floor. The divine Paragon's voice resounded, but he didn't say anything about the clear condition. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. Despite that, Yuan remained calm. What is going on, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. You will see in a few minutes, he said. He then sat down and started cultivating to recover his spent spiritual energy from the previous fight. 15 minutes later, Yuan stood up and turned to look towards the east before flying in that direction. Half an hour later, Yuan stopped when he arrived before a small island. After landing on this island, he looked around until he found a jade tablet that was located in the center of this island. He approached it before giving it a good kick, shattering the jade tablet. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the 8th floor in 33 minutes and 20 seconds. Here is your reward for clearing the 8th stage. Huh? What? What just happened? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed while shocked and puzzled at the same time. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying felt the same, as they couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Yuan didn't say anything until after he accepted the reward, which was even more puzzling than the 8th floor itself. A scabbard for a sword? Xiao Hua mumbled. I will be needing this very soon, he said. Anyways, the 8th trial is a special one. Unless you know where to go and what to do, it's impossible to clear this floor. What? That means, indeed. Unless that person has the Divine Paragon's memories, or is the Divine Paragon himself, it is literally impossible to pass the 8th floor. Yuan said with a smile. What if someone found the tablet by chance? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. They still wouldn't be able to destroy it because you need to hit it with a precise amount of demon sealing aura. It won't budge even if you're slightly off. Isn't that a little cheating? Yuan chuckled. The true purpose of the demon sealing pagoda isn't to train demon sealers. You'll understand soon. Sometime later, Yuan began ascending the final staircase to reach the 9th floor of the demon sealing pagoda. This place is, Feng Yuxiang muttered in a dazed voice after seeing the 9th floor for the first time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1059 Floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda. Chapter 1059 Floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda. Welcome to the 9th floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda, and my little secret place. The three of you are the first ones besides Tian to see this place. Yuan said to them with a smile. Feng Yuxiang and the others came out of his body to look at the scenery before them. What is this place? Lan Yingying asked him. They were standing before a small hill that was filled with flowers, and on the top of this hill was a large tree. However, this place didn't look anything special. In fact, it looked oddly ordinary. Despite that, this place was one of the most important and precious places in Tian memories. Tian, I used to come to this place often with my childhood sweetheart before she was killed by a demon, though it was always against my own will. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. And this place is the true purpose of the demon sealing pagoda? I still don't understand. Feng Yuxiang asked. Just wait a little longer. Yuan said. He then raised his arm and pointed it at the tree before making a beckoning motion with his hand. Whoosh! A long object suddenly flew from the tree and into the air for a few seconds before it pointed itself at Yuan and flew towards him. Young master, watch out. Feng Yuxiang warned him. It's fine. Yuan said with a calm look on his face before catching this object in one smooth motion. That is a sword. Xiao Hua mumbled. Yuan nodded as he held the black and red sword in front of him to show it to the others. Unlike the Empyrean Overlord that was classified as a great sword, this sword with a black hilt and a thin red blade was shaped like most ordinary swords. However, this sword was anything but ordinary, as it naturally emitted a demon sealing aura that was strong enough to rival even the top demon sealers in the demon sealing clan. Furthermore, if one looked closely, they would be able to see the words demon sealing flawlessly engraved on both sides of the blade. Demon sealing sword. This is one of the divine Paragon's 3 demon sealing treasures that he used to push the demons to near extinction. And this scabbard from the last stage is from this sword. Yuan placed the sword back into its scabbard, reuniting the two after millions of years of being apart. Why did you separate it in the first place? And why make the scabbard the reward for the 8th floor? Lan Yingying couldn't help but ask. Yuan smiled and said, This may seem like a joke, but I am serious when I say this. I made it the 8th floor's reward because I couldn't be bothered to find a proper reward. After all, nobody besides myself would be able to pass the 8th floor. So there's no point in putting any treasure there. Unbelievable, Feng Yuxiang mumbled. Anyways, now that I have this sword, all demons will be at my mercy. Yuan said with a cold grin on his face as he stared at the sword in his grasp. Demon sealing sword. Grade. Mythic. Quality. Peak. Description. Once wielded by the divine Paragon and used to slay over 100,000 demons. Demons damaged by this sword will instantly be sealed. Damage inflicted with this sword increased by 1000%. The girls swallowed nervously when they saw his face. Even without the sword, you wouldn't lose to any demons, Feng Yuxiang said. That's not true. In my current state, I would lose if I encountered a real demon emperor. In the end, the demon emperor from the 7th floor isn't a real demon emperor, else it wouldn't have lost so easily. Yuan shrugged. Anyways, now that we are done here, let's get out. He then said. They nodded and returned inside his body. Before leaving the demon sealing pagoda, Yuan took a moment to gaze at the scenery one last time. We will definitely reunite again, AI Rong. Yuan mumbled in a low voice before disappearing from the 9th floor, appearing back on the 1st floor a moment later. After storing the demon sealing sword inside his spatial ring, Yuan approached the exit and opened the door, leaving the demon sealing pagoda. Outside the pagoda was Yenhara, who had a surprised look on her face for some reason. You're out already? What happened? You were inside for a much shorter time than your first attempt. She asked him. Yes, and I cleared the demon sealing pagoda. Yuan said with a calm face. Why you what? Yenhara stared at him with a baffled look on her face. I cleared it. On the 5th floor, I had to fight 3 demons that were all at the same level as the demon on the 4th floor. On the 6th floor, I had to fight an abomination. On the 7th floor, I had to fight a real demon emperor. I didn't have to fight anything for the last 2 floors because there was nothing to fight. Yuan gave her a brief explanation about his experience inside the demon sealing pagoda. 3 demons? An abomination? A real demon emperor? Yenhara still couldn't believe it. Did Yuan really manage to clear the demon sealing pagoda that hasn't been cleared since its creation in just a few short hours? Anyways, there's something I want to talk to you about, Senior Yen. Or should I call you Demon Sealer Yen? This is a very important topic that concerns the future of the Demon Sealing clan. What are you talking about? Still dazed, Yenhara asked him. In response, Yuan retrieved the ring head acquired from the 7th floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda as a reward and showed it to her. Do you know what this is? He asked her. Yenhara's eyes widened with shock when she saw the ring. Impossible. Why do you have that ring? Yenhara was so shocked that she fell on her buttocks. Yuan smiled and said, Let's go somewhere more private. C1051 Demon Sealing Ring. Chapter 1051 Demon Sealing Ring. You. That ring. What? Yenhara quickly got back to her feet and grabbed his hand to take a closer look at the ring, but she didn't dare to touch the ring with her own hands. Is this real? If this is fake, you must destroy it immediately. If the leader of the Demon Sealing clan, or the Grand Elders find out that you have something like this, they will give you a public execution. Don't worry, it's real. Yuan said as he put the ring back into his spatial ring. Let's go somewhere more private, shall we? Yenhara nodded with a serious look on her face. Sometime later, Yenhara locked the both of them inside one of the study rooms in the Grand Library. This specific room was only accessible to Master Demon Sealers and above, because it contained high-ranking demon sealing techniques, and it only allowed a limited number of people inside at once. 2 people exactly, so it was safe. Tell me, little founder, where did you acquire that ring? Do you have any idea what that ring signifies? Yenhara asked him in a nervous voice. Of course I do. It's the Demon Sealing Ring, and only the leader of the Demon Sealer clan can hold this ring. Yuan said in a calm voice. Indeed, the ring had acquired from the Demon Sealing Pagoda was none other than the Demon Sealing Ring from when he was still the leader of the Demon Sealing clan. It was a precious item with a significant amount of history as well as importance behind it. But how? There should only be one in existence, and the current leader of the Demon Sealing clan has it. Yenhara mumbled in a dazed voice. Qianchu? He has the spare one I gave to the Demon Sealing clan before I disappeared. The one I have is the original. Yuan casually said. Excuse me? Before you disappeared? Who are you really, little founder? Yuan smiled and said, You still don't recognize me? He found it quite humorous that Yenhara still couldn't recognize his identity despite being his biggest fan. Then how about this? Yuan suddenly activated the Demon Sealing Zone around them. The Demon Sealing Zone. When did you learn this technique? I'm not done yet. Swords of Eternal Torment. He created the golden swords in the air. I lied when I said this wasn't the Sword of Eternal Torment. Indeed, this is the lost technique of the Demon Sealing clan, Sword of Eternal Torment. Yenhara stared at these dazzling techniques before her with wide eyes, and a gawking look on her pretty face. Why you? You can't be. No. Although Yenhara had an idea about his true identity, she didn't dare to believe it. Still not enough to convince you? Then how about this beauty? Yuan retrieved the Demon Sealing sword and showed it to her. That's... Yenhara could feel her heart beating at her chest when she saw the beautiful sword. Although she's never personally seen it before, she has heard stories and read about it before. This chapter is updated by Freedomville. CM. A red blade with the words Demon Sealing engraved on it. Demon Sealing Sword. One of 3 demon sealing treasures wielded by the divine Paragon. Yenhara muttered in a dazed voice. Yuan then spoke in a calm voice. Tian, although this name had been lost with the passage of time for most people, I have one more identity that you should be familiar with. Divine Paragon. Yenhara suddenly muttered out loud in a trembling voice, her eyes flowing with tears. Is it really you? Despite her powerful cultivation, Yenhara felt so weak at this moment that she couldn't even stand up, so she fell to her knees. Yes, it's really me. Although I am now called Yuan, I used to be the Divine Paragon. Although what Yuan said sounded unbelievable and borderline impossible, Yenhara did not doubt him at all, as she had already been suspicious of his true identity for a while now. After a moment of silence, Yenhara bowed her head until her forehead kissed the cold marble floor, and she spoke in a revering voice. This junior greets senior. Welcome back to the Demon Sealing clan, founder. Stand up, Yenhara. I revealed my identity to you because I consider you a friend and I trust you. I apologize, but I won't be able to stand up for a while, Yenhara said in an embarrassed voice. Yuan smiled and helped her up before carrying her to a nearby chair. Thank you, senior, Yenhara said with a flushed face, looking like a young maiden before her crush. Drop the formalities and continue calling me Yuan or Little Founder. Either works. I also need to keep my identity a secret. Yuan chuckled. I understand, Little Founder. Yenhara nodded. Sometime later, Once Yenhara had calmed down enough, she asked, "If you don't mind me asking, why did you suddenly disappear for millions of years, little founder? And why did you decide to come back now?" Yuan smiled and said, "I didn't disappear. I died and reincarnated. I recently recalled my memories as the divine Paragon, so here I am." "You died? How is that possible? Did a demon do it?" What came out of Yuan's mouth next nearly knocked Yenhara unconscious with shock. "Nope, I killed myself," Yuan casually uttered. "Suicide. But why in heaven's name would you do something like that?" "I have my reasons. Sorry for the inconvenience it caused, but it was an absolutely necessary thing for me to do. I don't dare to judge your decisions. If you did it, I'm sure it was for a good reason," Yenhara said with a bittersweet smile. "Anyways, I didn't plan on returning to the Demon Sealing clan initially, even though my memories had returned, because I didn't want to mess up whatever you guys had going on. But with the situation between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto growing more dire, it seems I have no choice but to return, since I cannot sit by and watch fellow Demon Sealers destroy each other when you should be fighting demons instead. On the behalf of all of the Demon Sealers out there, I'm truly sorry. We have failed you and stained the Demon Sealing clan's prestigious name." Yenhara sighed with her head lowered, not daring to look at Yuan's face due to shame. "Although the situation is pretty dire, it's not at the point of no return. We can still salvage the situation and put a stop to the fight," Yuan said. "What do you have in mind?" "First and foremost, we will need to get rid of Qianqiu. I don't know what he's up to, but it's not good. At least that's what my instincts are telling me. The Demon Sealing clan. My Demon Sealing clan will collapse at this rate, and I am not going to sit still and watch a place that I built with my own hands being destroyed." Yuan spoke with a cold expression on his face, causing Yenhara to tremble. C1052 Divine Paragon's Legacy. Chapter 1052 Divine Paragon's Legacy. It's not going to be easy removing Qianqiu from his position, unless you plan on using your identity to suppress him, Yenhara said with a worried look on her face. "I intend on using my identity. However, I will only do so after we have enough support on our side. Therefore, we need to focus on finding people we can trust and get them on our side, so when it comes time to fight Qianqiu, it won't just be the two of us. I will leave this task to you." "What? You want to leave such an important task to me? I don't think I am ready for it," Yenhara exclaimed in a terrified voice. "If you cannot do it, nobody else can. First and foremost, you're already a respected and well-known demon sealer within the Demon Sealing clan. You also have a lot of experience in the Demon Sealing clan. Even more than me, since this place is no longer the Demon Sealing clan that I once knew, so my experience might as well be thrown aside. Furthermore, as a master demon sealer, you should have connections to many high-ranking demon sealers. I want you to bring those that are trustworthy to our side." Yenhara swallowed nervously. "I'm afraid of bringing someone unworthy and putting our whole secret at risk. I trust in your judgment." Yuan smiled. After a moment of silence, Yenhara spoke in a defeated manner. "If you really think I have what it takes, I will do my best. Not that I could ever refuse the founder of the Demon Sealing clan," she sighed inwardly. "That's what I like to hear. Of course, I won't just tell you to do all of this for free. In return for helping me, I will make you the strongest demon sealer in the whole Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. I don't need any payment. I will gladly assist you even if I don't get anything in return. Not that I expected anything in the first place." Yenhara quickly shook her head. "Nonsense. You're my friend and trusted aide. It's only natural that I assist you in my own way. And as the founder of the Demon Sealing clan, there is only one thing that I can offer you: guidance. Give me your forehead." Yuan suddenly beckoned her. "Yes." Not knowing what to expect, Yenhara leaned her head forward. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly tapped her forehead with his finger that was emanating a glowing light. A multitude of information of demon sealing techniques that had been lost with the passage of time, along with demon sealing techniques that Tian never shared, quickly flowed inside Yenhara's mind. Yenhara sat there with a blank expression on her face as she absorbed all of this shocking information. Many minutes later, she snapped out of her daze and stared at Yuan with a shocked look on her face, her body trembling from excitement and many other emotions. I am officially making you my successor, the first demon sealer to become successor to the divine Paragon's legacy. Are you willing to accept this role? Yuan asked her with a smile on his face. Yen Harris' jaw dropped to the ground after hearing his words. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a low voice. You're asking me that after giving me so much priceless demon sealing techniques? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she did both at once. That's how much I trust you. Yuan chuckled. Sometime later, Yenhara got off her chair and kneeled before Yuan before kissing the floor with her forehead. She spoke in a kowtowing position. This unworthy junior will humbly accept this esteemed role as your successor. Yuan nodded. When the time is right, I will teach you the rest of the demon sealing techniques, including the ultimate demon sealing technique that I have only used once. I would teach you the swords of eternal torment as well as other demon sealing techniques that only I know. But I don't want you to make yourself a target for Qian Chu. He will definitely go after those techniques. Once you are strong enough and with enough backing, I will teach the rest of them to you. I am already more than satisfied with the demon sealing techniques you have given me. Yenhara said. Anyways, let's talk more about the situation with the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto. I also know very little about the latter. Tell me everything you know about them. Yuan said a moment later. Okay. Over the next several hours, Yenhara would talk about the whole situation in detail, as well as answering any questions that Yuan had for her. Once all that was done, Yuan prepared to leave the demon sealing clan's grand library to return to the myriad of techniques. Do you have anything you want to tell me before I leave? Yuan asked her. Yenhara pondered for a moment before speaking with a bashful smile on her face. This may sound cliché, but I want to thank you for not abandoning the demon sealing clan and returning to us. According to the rumors out there, they say that you never really cared about the demon sealing clan. Yuan chuckled. The rumors are true. I never really cared for the demon sealing clan at first because it was created randomly. In fact, I wasn't the one who came up with the idea of creating the demon sealing clan. One of my followers came up with this suggestion as a joke. One that people took seriously, and before I was aware, the demon sealing clan had come into existence. The rest is history. Seriously? Yenhara was baffled after learning this shocking information. To think that the glorious demon sealing clan had started as a joke, who knows how the demon sealers would react if they learned of this information. Anyways, I will come back here once in a while to hear about your progress. Until then. Yuan waved goodbye to Yenhara before disappearing from the Grand Library. C1053 Gates of Heaven. Chapter 1053 Gates of Heaven. After Yuan left the demon sealing clan's Grand Library, Yenhara also left, returning to the seventh heaven where she currently resided. Upon returning to her own realm, she retrieved multiple communication jade slips and contacted the people with the other jade slips to set up a meeting. Fellow sisters of the Divine Paragon Fan Club, I have something urgent to tell all of you. This involves the Divine Paragon and the future of the demon sealing clan. Please meet me at the usual meeting spot as soon as possible. Thank you. After transmitting such words through the communication jade slips, Yenhara retrieved her flying treasure and disappeared into the distance like a shooting star. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the myriad of techniques. Sorry for making you all wait. I'm back now. Yuan said to the others who were waiting in the lobby. Where are your techniques? He asked them when he couldn't see any techniques nearby. Actually, we couldn't get past the second floor, and the techniques on the first two floors are not worth it. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Yuan facepalmed after realizing something. I'm sorry, I forgot that I had to be with you guys when traveling above the second floor. Let's go check out the fourth floor and the fifth floor now. All right. Thus, they began making their way to the fourth floor. Since Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang had already explored the fourth floor, they didn't really pay much attention and flipped through random techniques to kill time. Meanwhile, Li Jinxi looked through each technique with great focus. Unbelievable. To think there are so many heaven rank and divine rank techniques in this place. Li Jinxi mumbled. There are more floors to this place with even more powerful techniques. Yuan said. Sometime later, after going through the whole 4th floor, Li Jinxi found one body refining technique that she liked. Are you done on this floor? If so, let's check out the 5th floor. This will be our first time going to the 5th floor as well. Yuan asked them. Yes, we're ready. They nodded. Yuan and the others proceeded to move to the staircase to the 5th floor, but they were blocked by the guards there. Is this your first time going to the 5th floor? One of the guards asked. Yes. Yuan nodded. The guard then said, in order to enter the 5th floor, you must pass a small trial. Trial? What kind of trial? You must spar with a disciple from the gates of heaven. What? Yuan raised his eyebrows, his face full of questions. In order to train his disciples, Master Bai had set up this trial. Don't worry, it'll be a friendly spar. And it'll be done in a special arena where you cannot die even if your body explodes into a bloody mess. However, the weakest cultivator in their sect is a spirit sovereign, so you'll be fighting someone 2 realms above your own. Senior Bai is the sect leader of the gates of heaven. This is my first time hearing about this. Yuan mumbled. All right, I will take on the challenge. But before we start, I have a few questions. What is it? Does everybody here have to take the trial to enter the 5th floor? Can I bring them with me if I pass the trial? The guards turned to look at the beauties behind Yuan and said, everyone will have to take the trial in order to enter the 5th floor. There is no exception. Yuan turned to look at Meishio and the others. While he can fight a spirit sovereign, he couldn't say the same for Meishio and the others, as their cultivation was too low, and they would lose in a single attack. Don't worry about us, Yuan. You can go to the 5th floor alone. Meishio said to him. Yes. I am already satisfied with what I have. Chu Liuxiang agreed. I am also the same. Li Jinxi said. All right. Then I will take a quick look at the 5th floor. Yuan nodded. The guards looked at him with raised eyebrows, as he sounded absolutely sure that he would defeat a spirit sovereign. So where do I fight this disciple? Yuan then asked the guards. Follow me. I will bring you to the arena. One of the guards said to him. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan was transported to this large platform with the guard, but they were the only ones there. This place reminds me of the platform in the sky for the final trial in the stairway to heaven. Yuan thought to himself as he looked around. The only difference was the lack of house, tree, and the body-tempering pond. Where is this disciple? He asked the guard a moment later. I have just notified the gates of heaven about your arrival. A disciple will arrive shortly. I understand. Half an hour later, 2 people appeared out of thin air on the platform not far away from Yuan, and began approaching him. They are. The guard's eyes widened with surprise when he saw these individuals, and he wondered to himself, why are they here? There's no way this young man could defeat this disciple. Yuan silently stared at these 2 individuals. One of them was an old woman with an unfathomable aura around her, and the other was a beautiful young woman also with an unfathomable aura around her. Even though their faces were tranquil, and their steps were gentle and calm, Yuan could feel an indescribable pressure coming from these 2 women. These 2 stopped walking a few meters in front of Yuan, and the old woman said a moment later, so it's true. I couldn't believe it when you said that the challenger was a mere spirit king, so I came here to see for myself which arrogant little runt dared to challenge our disciple with such a weak cultivation. Greetings, Elder Mayan disciple Ling. The guard greeted them with a respectful bow. This young man wishes to enter the 5th floor, and has agreed to challenge a disciple from the gates of heaven. Introduce yourself. The guard said while looking at Yuan. My name is Yuan, and am just an ordinary spirit king. Please treat me well. He calmly responded while staring into the old woman's eyes. Little runt. Elder Mai narrowed her eyes on him. C1054 Immortal Rendering Sword Strike. Chapter 1054 Immortal Rendering Sword Strike. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Disciple Ling suddenly spoke as she retrieved her sword. Aren't you going to introduce yourself too? Yuan asked her. And what are you going to do with such information? It's not like we'll ever meet again. Is that so? Although he didn't like her attitude, Yuan didn't care about it either. After all, this will most likely be their first and last meeting. The guard cleared his throat and said, "Then the rules are as followed. The two of you will fight each other until one of you either loses consciousness or dies. This arena is being protected with an immortal array, so you won't truly die even if you die as long as you are on this platform." He then turned to look at Yuan and said, "If you lose this fight, you will not be able to challenge the gates of heaven again until 1 whole year has passed. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Good. Then please stand in the red circles. I will begin the fight in 10 seconds. Yuan turned around to see a red circle marked on the platform a few meters, and walked to it. His sparring partner also did the same. Once they were both in the red circle, Elder Mai and the guard moved away to give them space. "The fight will now begin." The guard shouted 10 seconds later. However, neither Yuan nor his opponent, Disciple Ling, moved even seconds after the match had started. "What's wrong? Are you too scared to move?" Disciple Ling said in a provocative manner. "No, I'm just wondering why you're not moving even though you said that you wanted this to be over as soon as possible." Yuan smiled. "If I was in a hurry, you'd have lost by now." Disciple Ling narrowed her eyes. "A mere spirit king dares to look down on me?" Disciple Ling's cultivation base suddenly soared. "Peak spirit sovereign, huh? Exactly 2 realms above me." Yuan thought to himself. What a foolish little runt. He doesn't even know the difference between a spirit king and a spirit sovereign. A cold smile appeared on Elder Mei's face. The guard merely shook his head. Disciple Ling is one of the most talented disciples in the gates of heaven within the 5th heaven. There's no way some spirit king would be able to defeat her. Even though people were allowed access to the 5th floor the moment they entered the 3rd heaven, most people won't be able to pass the trial until they're at least a spirit sovereign. Die. Disciple Ling suddenly slashed her sword at Yuan without moving outside her red circle. A powerful sword light that was infused with sword aura flew at Yuan at incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. However, despite such a powerful strike flying at him, Yuan remained standing there without moving, almost as if he had no intentions of blocking the attack. "So you came here just to waste my time, huh?" Disciple Ling mumbled in a disappointed voice after seeing Yuan's lack of reaction. Whoosh. The sword light clashed with Yuan's bare body a split second later. Yuan was forced out of the red circle and pushed many meters away by the sword light, which baffled Disciple Ling and the 2 spectators. He survived the attack? The guard mumbled in a dazed voice. Yuan was a spirit king, and had just eaten the attack from a spirit sovereign with his bare body. It didn't make sense that his body wasn't immediately sliced in half by the attack. After the attack, Yuan casually patted his chest and walked back into the red circle. "Is that all you've got? I barely felt that. I guess spirit sovereigns aren't that much stronger than a spirit king, after all," Yuan said with a mocking smile on his face. Disciple Ling's body trembled in anger after hearing his words. "If you thought that was my full power, you're dead wrong. That wasn't even 25% of my full power. I just didn't want to feel like I am bullying a weakling, so I purposefully held back," she exclaimed. "Is that so? Then can you use 100% of your power next? I'd like to see what you're truly capable of," Yuan said. Unbelievable. This little runt is actually provoking her to use her full strength. Elder Mai muttered in a dazed voice. "If that's what you want, then I will fulfill that wish," Disciple Ling shouted as she swung her sword again. This time, the sword light took the appearance of a blue dragon as it flew towards Yuan. "Oh, not bad," Yuan thought to himself as he retrieved his Empyrean Overlord. Immortal rendering sword strike. Yuan used this sword technique for the first time after seeing Tian use it in his dream. Whoosh! A massive wave of sword aura immediately swept the arena in front of him, consuming the blue dragon as well as Disciple Ling in an instant. Wah! Disciple Ling couldn't even react in time before her body was completely destroyed by the devastating attack. The guard fell on his buttocks after witnessing the attack, and Elder Mai could only stand there with her eyes and mouth wide open, almost as if she witnessed the impossible. Shortly after Disciple Ling's body was disintegrated into countless fragments, her body suddenly reappeared out of thin air on the floor, but she wasn't moving. Li Linger. Elder Mai immediately rushed to check on her disciple's condition. She sighed in relief after confirming that disciple Ling was indeed alive. Then she turned to look at Yuan with a furious expression on her face. With that being said, she didn't show any signs of killing intent, which surprised Yuan. What was your name again? Elder Mai asked him. Yuan. Where are you from? Where I am currently, or where I came from? Both. He smiled and said, I came from the lower heavens, and I am currently in the third heaven. Lower heavens? Impossible. Elder Mai cried inwardly. C1059 Heaven's Eternal Grotto. Chapter 1059 Heaven's Eternal Grotto. You said your name was Yuan, right? You never gave us your surname. Elder Mai asked him a moment later, as she suspected that he was from an influential family. I don't have anything like that. Anyways, if the match is over, can I leave now? I have people waiting for me outside. Yuan said in a calm manner. You think you can just leave after what you did to my disciple? Elder Mai narrowed her eyes at him, but once again, Yuan couldn't sense any threatening feeling from it. Don't tell me you're going to fight me next even though I already won the match? He asked her. Why would I fight you? I was just going to. A portal suddenly appeared a few meters away from Yuan and Elder Mai. Then an old man with long white hair calmly walked out of the portal with his hands clasped behind his back. When Elder Mai and the guard saw him, they immediately bowed to him. Sect Master Bai. Senior Bai? What are you doing here? Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see him appear in this place. How disrespectful. Do you know who you're before? Lower your head and greet him. Elder Mai suddenly shouted at him. It's fine. This young man is my friend. Senior Bai gestured for her to calm her with a gentle smile on his face. Elder Mai was speechless. I've watched your fight just now, Yuan. I must say, you've grown tremendously since our last meeting, and even your appearance changed a bit. You're almost like a different person. Senior Bai said while approaching him. Anyways, why don't we chat in a more quiet place? Sure. Yuan nodded. Senior Bai proceeded to make another portal before entering it. Yuan didn't say anything to the others and followed Senior Bai, disappearing from the platform. Once they were gone, Elder Mai turned to look at the guard and asked him, who was that young man just now? Is it true that he came from the third heaven? He nodded. Yes, it's true, but I don't know anything about him. He came out of the blue and requested to go to the 5th floor. Elder Mai turned to look at her disciple, who was still unconscious, and sighed. When I heard that a spirit king dared to challenge the gates of heaven, I immediately thought about putting this an ignorant little runt in his place. However, it turns out that I had been the ignorant one. I hope this defeat won't hinder my disciple's future cultivation too much, but honestly, I'm probably hoping for too much, as even I would be depressed after such a devastating defeat. Elder Mai carried her unconscious disciple away, disappearing from the platform, leaving the guard alone and puzzled. After following Senior Bai, Yuan found himself on the floating platform again. I was really shocked when I saw your improvements, especially when I realized that you have achieved a perfect physique. Senior Bai said to him once they sat down. Do you know how many people out there would kill for a perfect physique? I remember trying to acquire one myself, but I failed, yet here you are, not even 100 years old and already with a perfect physique. Senior Bai chuckled in a bittersweet manner. Did something happen? Yuan asked him. He nodded. Do you remember when I told you about the 9 Heavens Eternal Grotto? The 4 escaped immortals? Yes. We managed to track down 3 of them, and brought 2 of them back to the 9 Heavens Eternal Grotto, but it was at a heavy cost. Thousands of cultivators died, and a few of my good friends also perished during the struggle. Wait. Only 2 returned to the 9 Heavens Eternal Grotto? Did they kill one of them? Yuan asked. Hardly. The 3rd immortal had managed to escape, and that's why I am reaching out to you. Senior Bai said, and he continued, the escaped immortal had somehow managed to escape to the lower heavens, so you might come across this immortal. Wait a minute. Isn't that very bad? What if they suddenly decide to wreak havoc in the lower heavens? I don't think I have the capabilities to do anything to this immortal. I am well aware of that. I'm not telling you to seek this immortal and kill them for me. I am just letting you know so that you're aware of the situation. With that being said, the immortal is heavily injured after escaping, so they will be powerless for a bit. Yuan nodded. I won't be actively searching for this immortal, but I will keep a lookout for them. Do you know which of the lower heaven they've run to? And what about this immortal's appearance? The immortal can be anywhere between the third heaven and the sixth heaven. As for their appearance, to be honest, we don't know either. This immortal is always shrouded with darkness, so we can't tell their gender or appearance. Shrouded with darkness, huh? Even if you don't know their appearance, you will immediately know if this immortal is nearby. Senior Bai suddenly said. How? Yuan raised an eyebrow. You will understand it once you feel it. Even if this immortal suppresses their cultivation, they cannot suppress their natural aura. You will feel an intense chill down your spine when this immortal is near. I understand. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Senior Bai spoke. Anyways, now that is out of the way, do you have any questions for me before I leave? Actually, I do. Do you think it's possible for me to bring my friends to the 5th floor of the myriad of techniques? I want to give them some techniques. You mean your girlfriends? Senior Bai smiled. Yuan nodded, not denying it. I will make an exception for you only if you do me a favor. Senior Bai then said. What kind of favor? I will let you know when the time comes. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous or crazy. You can even refuse it when the time comes and you don't like it. And, since this is a new arc and we've just arrived in the third heaven, I needed to take a few days to outline the plot. There will be 4+ more chapters today. C1056 Attacking Senior Bai. Chapter 1056 Attacking Senior Bai. After pondering for a moment, Yuan agreed to Senior Bai's offer. Since I can refuse it, I don't mind. Great. Then take this. Senior Bai proceeded to hand him a medallion. As long as you have this, you will be able to take as many people as you want to the floors that you currently have access to, so you won't be able to go to the 6th floor right now since you don't have access to it. Is this good enough? This is more than enough. Thank you, Senior. Yuan bowed to him before accepting the medallion. Anything else? A few more actually. Yuan said with a smile. Does the myriad of techniques have any soul cultivation techniques? He then asked. Soul cultivation techniques? Those are incredibly rare, even in the upper heavens. As generous as I am, even I wouldn't put something that precious in the myriad of techniques. I see. That's a pity. Why do you want a soul cultivation technique? Are you cultivating any spiritual techniques at the moment? Yuan nodded. Yes, I am. Senior Bai pondered for a moment before speaking. Show me this technique. I will help you acquire a soul cultivation technique if I think it's worth it. Show you? You want me to attack you? Yuan asked just in case there was a misunderstanding. That's right. Senior Bai said as he flew off the platform and into the spacious sky. Don't worry about hurting me. If you can injure me with your cultivation, I will immediately quit being a cultivator. Yuan smiled and said, Are you sure you want to say such a risky thing? I might accidentally hurt you. Senior Bai laughed. Then how about this? If you can hurt me, I will not only help you find a soul cultivation technique, but I will also pay for it. Deal. Yuan flew off the platform and hovered about 50 meters away from Senior Bai. Whenever you're ready. Senior Bai said, acting completely nonchalant about the whole situation. Clearly very confident that Yuan wouldn't be able to hurt him no matter what. Yuan didn't immediately attack Senior Bai as well. And he silently pondered, his cultivation is incredibly profound. Besides Xu Jiaqi and the Great One, he's definitely the strongest cultivator I have encountered. Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to damage Senior Bai if he half-assed his attempt. Therefore, he could only go all out and treat it as though it was a life-or-death situation. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. When he reopened them, his eyes emanated a golden glow that sent shivers down Senior Bai's back. What is he doing? Senior Bai swallowed nervously. Whoosh. A golden aura suddenly shrouded Yuan's figure, causing the atmosphere there to change. This is... Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock after sensing the unfathomable pressure from the aura. In his entire life, this is probably the most powerful technique that he's witnessed. The technique is neither flashy nor grand, but it exudes an unfathomable pressure that would make even immortals tremble in fear. Before this golden aura, one's cultivation and talent doesn't matter. This technique transcends all common sense and the very law of this universe. Where did he learn such a heaven-defying technique? After activating heaven's supremacy, Yuan took another deep breath. I didn't think I would use the second one so quickly after the first, but this is for the soul cultivation technique. It's worth it as long as I can damage Senior by even slightly. God of War's astral arts. Yuan proceeded to use his second most powerful technique, summoning the golden avatar behind him. Senior had to tilt his head to see the avatar, his eyes and mouth wide open from shock. Impossible. This technique is God of War's astral arts. Why does he know this technique? Senior recognized this technique, but that only made him even more shocked. Because Yuan had heaven's supremacy active, his avatar created by the God of War's astral arts was many times larger than before, and compared to the avatar, Senior Bai's figure was akin to a speck of dust. Heavens! What have I gotten myself into? Senior muttered in a dazed voice as Yuan made his first movement. He slashed horizontally, sending the massive sword wielded by the avatar crashing down on Senior Bai. However, despite that, Senior Bai didn't move and remained hovering there with his arms clasped behind his back. Boom! The sword clashed with Senior Bai's body the next moment, creating a powerful ripple that swept all of the clouds away, as well as the nearby platforms. Yuan gritted his teeth when he saw that the attack hadn't been able to push Senior Bai back even an inch. Therefore, he decided to attack again. Boom! Since Senior Bai didn't specify how many times he could attack him, Yuan would continue to send a barrage of attacks at Senior Bai's way until he ran out of spiritual energy and soul strength. And during his last strike, Yuan poured all of his spiritual energy and soul strength into the attack. The attack was so powerful that it could probably destroy an entire continent. Despite that, Senior Bai remained in the same position, seemingly unharmed from all of the attacks. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face after seeing the results. I give up. You're much stronger than I thought, Senior Bai. Yuan said to him as his golden aura and avatar went away. Senior Bai didn't respond. It was at this moment Yuan finally noticed the expression on Senior Bai's face, and he looked like someone who just learned a shocking revelation, as his face was absolutely hysterical and filled with shock. Yuan swallowed nervously after seeing this, and he waited for Senior Bai to snap out of his daze. Several moments later, Senior Bai closed his mouth and eyes and took a deep breath. Looks like I won't be able to leave anytime soon, as we still have a lot to talk about, Yuan. C1057 Founder of the Celestial Overlord. Chapter 1057 Founder of the Celestial Overlord. With a casual wave of his sleeves, Senior Bai refilled the empty landscape with clouds and floating platforms. He flew to the nearest platform and proceeded to wait for Yuan, who was completely exhausted after unleashing literally all of his strongest attacks on Senior Bai. Yuan took a seat, but Senior Bai remained standing there for some reason. You don't have to answer this question if you don't want to, nor am I going to force you. Yuan, that technique you used just now, God of War's astral arts, where did you learn it? Senior Bai suddenly asked him. Yuan's eyes widened slightly, as he didn't expect Senior Bai to recognize such an ancient technique. I encountered it by chance. That is all I'm willing to say. Sorry. Yuan said after a moment of silence. Senior Bai shook his head. There's no need for you to apologize. I am the one who should apologize since I am the one breaking the unspoken rule of never asking another cultivator about how they acquired their techniques. Now allow me to ask you another question. Do you know the origin of that technique? No, I do not. Yuan lied with a straight face. As much as he trusts Senior Bai, he believed that the fewer people knew about his past lives the better. After all, there could be enemies out there that he didn't know about, and if news of his reincarnation spread, he could potentially be hunted by ancient monsters that have lived for millions of years, especially since one of his past lives was the evil god. The God of War's astral arts. It was the founder of the Celestial Overlord's technique. Senior Bai said with a solemn look on his face. Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing this unexpected answer. Founder of the Celestial Overlord? Unless the God of War also happened to be the Celestial Overlord's founder. That shouldn't be possible. I have a question. What era did the Celestial Overlord's founder exist in? Around 2 million years ago. 2 million years. The God of War should have existed in the primordial era, so they cannot be the same person. The only explanation for this is, the founder of the Celestial Overlord is one of my past lives, and Senior Bai believes that he is the original owner of the God of War's astral arts when that is not the case. Although he had his suspicions that the founder of the Celestial Overlord was one of his past lives because they both had the same physique, there wasn't any other proof until now. 2 million years ago? You're that old? Amazing. Yuan realized this and praised him. It's only 2 million years. There are plenty of monsters out there that have lived far longer than I. Senior Bai shook his head. One more question, Senior Bai. Do you know the name of the founder? Yuan then asked, as he wanted to see if he could remember anything after hearing the name. However, Senior Bai shook his head and said, Unfortunately, I wasn't worthy to hear his name. If you want to know his name, you will have to ask Xu Jiaqi. She's the only member left who knows his name. Is that so? Thank you. If you don't have any other questions, I will continue asking mine. Go ahead. Yuan nodded. My next question is related to that golden aura. I have seen similar techniques before, but none of them exuded such a terrifying pressure. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Does it have a name? Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, I'm really sorry, but I also have no idea. I don't even know how I acquired the technique, but it seems to boost my strength by a tremendous amount. Do you think I can take a closer look at it? Senior Bai suddenly asked. About that. I also don't know how to control it. It only appears when it feels like it. It was by pure coincidence that I managed to use it just now as well, probably because I really wanted the soul cultivation technique. Senior Bai pondered for a moment before speaking. That technique is incredibly profound and powerful. The day you can control it is the day you will control the 9 heavens. That is what I believe it. Control the 9 heavens? I don't have such ambitions. Yuan chuckled. The two of them continued to talk for a little longer before Senior Bai said, Anyways, as much as I want to continue chatting with you, it's about time I leave. Do you have anything else for me? Actually, I do. Yuan nodded, and he continued. Now that I am a peak spirit king, my cultivation won't continue until I upgrade my physique, but I still have no idea how to do so. I have tempered my body and even achieved perfect physique, but it doesn't seem to have any effects on my heaven-refining physique. Can you ask Miss Xu if she could help me find more information about my physique? I'm sure the upper heavens will have more information than what's available down here. Senior Bai nodded. I don't mind. I am going to see her in a bit anyway. As for your soul cultivation technique, I will help you find one. Thank you. Yuan bowed to him before leaving the place and returning to the myriad of techniques. Once Yuan left, Senior Bai looked at his hands that were still trembling from excitement and mumbled. He really attacked me with the intention of killing me. If it weren't for my cultivation, I would have been in danger there. No, even with my cultivation, he actually managed to pierce my defenses and land a hit on me. Although Yuan had managed to land a hit on Senior Bai, he didn't leave any marks, so Senior Bai is technically unharmed. With that being said, the fact that he, a mere spirit king, was able to break through my defense is a miracle in itself. If people knew that a spirit king had landed a hit on me, they would try to covet his talent at all cost, and I would become a laughingstock. This is a secret that I must take to the grave. Senior Bai left the place with a bittersweet smile. C1058 A Trade. Chapter 1058 A Trade. Sometime after leaving his world that was connected with the myriad of techniques, Senior Bai went to meet with Xu Jiaqi. Lady Xu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. The young man came to the myriad of techniques again, and I couldn't help myself, and went to speak with him. He's changed a lot since our last meeting, both his appearance and strength. Senior Bai said to Xu Jiaqi shortly after arriving. Young man? Are you talking about him? What did you talk about with him? Xu Jiaqi's interest was immediately piqued. Senior Bai couldn't help but smile at her reaction. She normally keeps herself out of other people's business, but when it comes to Yuan, she always wants to be involved. You're not going to believe me when I say this, but he managed to defeat a spirit sovereign as a spirit king during a trial to access the 5th floor of the myriad of techniques, and it was an overwhelming victory on his end. Not bad, I suppose. Xu Jiaqi said in a nonchalant manner, seemingly not impressed by it. That kind of talent is only natural for someone with the heaven-refining physique, she thought to herself. After the match, we had a small conversation, and he wanted me to help him look for a soul cultivation technique. Did you agree to help him? She asked. He nodded. Yes, I did, but only after I tested him. Don't be too shocked when you hear this, but that young man, he somehow acquired the technique that the celestial overlord's founder used, the god of war's astral arts. He what? Xu Jiaqi suddenly exclaimed in a voice so powerful that it literally shook the entire place. Are you sure it was the god of war's astral arts? She quickly asked him. Yes, I am certain, since he used it on me as part of the test. Senior Bai nodded. God of war's astral arts. Xu Jiaqi took a few steps back and stared at the ground with a dazed look on her face. Over the next several moments, she would recall the memories of the God of War's astral arts being used by the founder of the Celestial Overlord. Where? Did he tell you where he found it? Xu Jiaqi suddenly asked in a low voice. I tried asking, but he didn't want to tell me. I don't blame him, considering how valuable that technique is. After another moment of silence, a resolute look appeared on Xu Jiaqi's ethereal face as she spoke. Bring me to the myriad of techniques. I want to speak with him. What about the meeting? The Celestial Emperor will be at the meeting this time as well. It wouldn't be wise to. Xu Jiaqi glared at him with a sharp gaze that could literally pierce one's body. Fortunately for Senior Bai, his cultivation was high enough to block the gaze. All right. Senior Bai quickly gave up and sighed with a bittersweet smile on his face. He then opened a portal to his world and entered it with Xu Jiaqi. Meanwhile, Yuan had just returned to the myriad of techniques and entered the 5th floor with the others after showing the guard Senior Bai's medallion. I can't believe it. Did he really beat a disciple from the gates of heaven? The guard that stayed behind asked the other guard who led Yuan to the arena. The guard nodded with a nervous look on his face. Not only did he defeat the disciple, he completely destroyed her. Did they give him a super weak opponent because of his Spirit King cultivation? The guard shook his head. No. You probably won't believe this, but his opponent wasn't an outer court disciple but an inner court disciple, and it was the famous Disciple Ling. Disciple Ling? You don't mean? Exactly that Disciple Ling. Unbelievable. No wonder why Senior Bai gave him the medallion. At the 5th floor, Yuan said to the ladies, go ahead and look around. Let me know when you're done because I will also be looking around. Okay. However, shortly after he started looking at the techniques, Senior Bai's voice resounded inside his head as a portal appeared beside him. Yuan, I'm sorry, but can you come back for a moment? Xu Jiaqi would like to speak with you. And she won't take no for an answer. Xu Jiaqi? What does she want from me? Yuan wondered to himself. Xiaohua Feng Feng Ying, can you wait for me here? He said to them, as he didn't want to risk Xu Jiaqi meeting with Xiaohua, and not wanting her to be left out. He asked the others to stay with her. Once they left his body, Yuan said to them, thank you. I will be right back. And if the others ask where I am, let them know where I went. Yuan entered the portal shortly after, disappearing from the myriad of techniques and appearing in Senior Bai's world literally minutes after he just left. When he arrived at the platform, Senior Bai and Xu Jiaqi were waiting. Yuan bowed to them. Greetings, Lady Xu and Senior Bai. Xu Jiaqi raised an eyebrow after noticing the way he addressed her had changed from Miss Xu to Lady Xu, implying that he was no longer as ignorant as before. Yuan, I won't waste your time and get straight to the point. I want the God of War's astral arts. Xu Jiaqi suddenly said. Yuan looked at her with widened eyes, clearly surprised by her sudden demand. Seeing his reaction, Xu Jiaqi continued, Of course, I am not asking you to hand over the technique for free. You're looking for a soul cultivation technique, right? In exchange for the God of War's astral arts, I will give you the strongest soul cultivation technique that I can acquire. She wants to trade a soul cultivation technique for my God of War's astral arts? Why does she want this technique? What does it mean to her? Yuan silently wondered to himself. C1059 Xu Jiaqi. Chapter 1059 Xu Jiaqi. Although the God of War's astral arts is a powerful technique, I don't mind sharing it, especially if I can acquire a powerful soul cultivation technique from it. Xu Jiaqi, she's a powerful cultivator with plenty of influence even within the upper heavens. If it's someone like her, I will definitely acquire an extremely powerful soul cultivation technique. While Yuan pondered, Xu Jiaqi suddenly said in a low voice, "In your eyes, the God of War's astral arts may be nothing more than a powerful technique. However, the God of War's astral arts is more than just a technique to me. It's the founder of the celestial overlord, my father's technique." Huh. Yuan suddenly halted all of his thoughts and looked at Xu Jiaqi's beautiful face with a baffled look on his face. What did you say? The founder of the celestial overlord is your father? Yuan didn't dare to believe it. If Xu Jiaqi was truly his daughter in his past life, then what would their relationship be right now? Would they still be considered father and daughter? Yes, he is my father, but we're not blood related. He saved my life when I was on the verge of death. I was just a young mortal who didn't even know about cultivation at that time. And ever since then, I followed him around the 9 heavens while training under him. We started out as a teacher and disciple, but he eventually accepted me as his adoptive daughter. Yuan was relieved to find out that Xu Jiaqi wasn't his real daughter, but an adoptive one. Since she's my adoptive daughter, I guess there's no harm in giving her the technique. After taking a deep breath, Yuan spoke in a calm voice. Alright, you have a deal. In exchange for my God of War's astral arts, you will give me a soul cultivation technique. Really? An excited look appeared on Xu Jiaqi's face, but she quickly concealed it, returning to her serious face. Yes, for real. Give me your forehead. I will transfer the technique to you right now. Yuan said. Huh. You're willing to give it to me right now even though I don't even have your soul cultivation technique? Are you stupid or what? Xu Jiaqi couldn't help but make this remark even though it could easily backfire on her. Yuan chuckled at her insult. That's quite harsh, Lady Xu. How can you call me stupid when I am doing this out of generosity and trust? Xu Jiaqi cleared her throat after hearing his words. I apologize, I subconsciously blurted that out just now because I was surprised that you would be willing to hand over such a powerful technique to me so easily. I am not used to it. So do you want the technique now or? Yuan continued to smile. I do. Xu Jiaqi nodded before she leaned forward. Yuan calmly raised his arm and gently tapped her forehead. Senior Bai watched this historical moment with wide eyes. This is the first time I've seen Lady Xu willingly let another man touch her body, and even on her bare skin directly, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Yuan transferred the God of War's astral arts to Xu Jiaqi, who felt oddly nostalgic for some reason. This feeling, it's the same as when father transferred his techniques to me. Xu Jiaqi thought to herself as she quickly absorbed the information. A few moments later, Xu Jiaqi opened her eyes, which flickered with profoundness within. It's done. Yuan lowered his hand and said to her. Xu Jiaqi didn't say anything and suddenly turned around before flying off the platform, almost as if she was running away. However, she stopped shortly after and proceeded to hover in the air. A few moments later, her body suddenly exuded an unfathomable aura that swept the place like a tsunami. Thank you, Senior Bai. Yuan suddenly said. No problem. Senior Bai smiled. If Senior Bai hadn't protected him with his own spiritual energy, right before Xu Jiaqi released her pressure, he would have sustained heavy internal injuries. Of course, Xu Jiaqi was also confident that Senior Bai would protect Yuan. Even with Senior Bai protecting me, my body feels incredibly heavy, almost as though I have a star on my back. So this is what it's like to be a cultivator at the peak of the 9 heavens. Yuan began sweating profusely, his body quickly becoming soaked. Suddenly, a massive golden avatar materialized behind Xu Jiaqi, which had some differences compared to Yuan's avatar. Xu Jiaqi's avatar was not only much larger, but it was also clearly a female avatar, almost like a goddess, and the weapon it was wielding also looked different. Damn! Yuan subconsciously muttered out loud when he saw the majestic avatar behind Xu Jiaqi. That isn't even half of her full power. Senior Bai suddenly said. If she unleashes any more of her power, this space will be destroyed, so she's holding back right now. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing such words. Meanwhile, Xu Jiaqi had her head turned and tilted as her gaze was fixated on the avatar behind her. Father, sometime later, Xu Jiaqi deactivated the technique and returned to the platform. So? What did you think? Is it the same god of war's astral arts, the same one you know? Yuan asked her with a smile. Yes, it's definitely the same technique. I owe you for this, Yuan. Lady Xu, I hate to interrupt you, but they're calling for us. Senior Bai suddenly said while pointing to the communication jade slip resting on his palm. Xu Jiaqi sighed. We have to go now, Yuan. Come back here in 1 month. I will have your soul cultivation technique ready by then. Take your time, Lady Xu. Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Senior Bai created a portal for Yuan to leave shortly after. Once he was gone, Senior Bai and Xu Jiaqi also left that world before making their way to the meeting. C1060 Lost Legacy. Chapter 1060 Lost Legacy. As they made their way to the meeting, Senior Bai realized something. Oh yeah, Lady Xu, I forgot to tell you. Yuan also wants to see if you can acquire any more information on the heaven refining physique. He's acquired the perfect physique, but his heaven refining physique hasn't been upgraded yet. I will look into that after I acquire the soul cultivation technique, she calmly said. Senior Bai smiled and said, because you're going to help him find a soul cultivation technique, my agreement with him is now useless. I guess I will have to find something else to give him. Head promised Yuan that he'd help him find a soul cultivation technique if Yuan could injure him. But since Xu Jiaqi is also giving him a soul cultivation technique, he would only be wasting resources by giving Yuan another soul cultivation technique, one that will most likely be inferior to the one Xu Jiaqi will be giving him. Therefore, he decided to find something else to give Yuan. He really resembles father. Xu Jiaqi silently recalled Yuan's appearance. Now that Yuan looked more mature, and even grew a little taller, his resemblance to the founder of the Celestial Overlord became even more clearer and obvious to her. When she first met Yuan, she noticed that Yuan and her adoptive father had similar eyes, but everything else from his demeanor to his aura was completely different. This was the same during their second meeting. However, on their third meeting just now, Yuan had changed so much that she almost mistook him for her father. Why does he resemble father so much? Don't tell me he's one of my father's true descendants? No, father never had a wife or children's, at least not to my knowledge. Sometime later, they arrived at the meeting, where hundreds of individuals were gathered. Each of these individuals emanated an unfathomable aura that only immortal cultivators that have achieved the apex of cultivation could emit. How can you be this late when the Celestial Emperor himself had scheduled this meeting, Xu Jiaqi? Bai Lingyu? We even had to contact you before you showed up. One of the figures there said out loud when they arrived, her voice filled with contempt. You better have a good explanation for making the Celestial Emperor wait. Another person said, how disrespectful to the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Overlords are getting more arrogant by the day. Multiple people there expressed their disdain without any filters or fear for Xu Jiaqi. It was clear that she had some enemies within this place. However, Xu Jiaqi remained tranquil and said, is this the right place for the meeting? I didn't know dogs would be allowed to participate. Color me surprised. Xu Jiaqi, you bitch. You dare call us dogs? I sure did. What are you going to do about it? Bite me? Go ahead and try it if you dare. Settle down. A calm yet authoritative voice suddenly resounded in the meeting room. This voice carried a profound aura that made these immortals that could destroy stars with a fist subconsciously lower their heads. Xu Jiaqi turned to look at the person who just spoke. He was sitting at the end of the room, and was looking down at them from a tall platform. "Why are you late, Celestial Overlord Xu?" The voice returned. "I had some important matters to attend first," she calmly responded. "Oh? A matter that is even more important than what is happening here? I'd like to hear it if you don't mind." The voice sounded genuinely curious. And without explaining further, Xu Jiaqi suddenly released her cultivation, sending ripples throughout the area. What the hell do you think you're doing in the Celestial Emperor's presence? Have you gone mad, Xu Jiaqi? Stop it right now. The people there shouted when they sensed her indomitable aura, but nobody there actually dared to stop her, as they were all waiting for the others to move first. As for the Celestial Emperor, he remained on his golden throne with a calm expression on his face, seemingly unfazed by the development. A few seconds later, a massive golden avatar materialized behind Xu Jiaqi, shocking everyone in the room, as most of them actually recognized this technique. This is... Even the Celestial Emperor couldn't remain calm after seeing the God of War's astral arts. "This is why I am late. Do I need to explain myself any further?" Xu Jiaqi spoke a moment later. "Is that technique what I think it is?" The Celestial Emperor asked her. "God of War's astral arts." The people there muttered after hearing the Celestial Emperor's question. "Would you like to see for yourself whether this technique is real or not, Your Majesty?" Xu Jiaqi asked him with a daring smile on her face. The Celestial Emperor chuckled. "As much as I want to entertain a beauty such as yourself, I will have to decline your offer. This place has history that goes all the way back to the primordial realm, so I would prefer it if we don't make a mess here. Now if you'll excuse me." The Celestial Emperor suddenly waved his sleeves in a casual manner, and the very next moment, the golden avatar behind Xu Jiaqi shattered into countless tiny fragments. "Anyways, does this mean you have found the founder of Celestial Overlord's lost legacy?" The Celestial Emperor then asked her. Xu Jiaqi remained silent, but not because she didn't want to answer his question. In fact, she couldn't, as she didn't know either. "I was too hasty to acquire the technique, and forgot to ask Yuan where had acquired the technique." She sighed inwardly. After a moment of silence, she said, "I don't know because I had to rush here right after acquiring the technique." "You don't know? Then how did you acquire it?" The Celestial Emperor asked out of curiosity. "I will not be sharing such information, considering how many people here covet my father's legacy," Xu Jiaqi calmly said as she swept the crowd there with a cold gaze. C1061 Celestial Emperor's Request. Chapter 1061 Celestial Emperor's Request. "You're right. I was being insensitive just now. Let's end the topic here, and return to the reason I've gathered all of you here today," the Celestial Emperor said a moment later. When the people there heard this, they cursed inwardly. Fuck. That Xu Jiaqi definitely found their ancestor's lost legacy. Considering how powerful their ancestor was when he was alive, the Celestial Overlord will become more powerful than ever now. This is bad. The Celestial Overlords will completely overshadow the other factions. Our faction soon. The Immortals there were nervous because the Celestial Overlords were already at the top of the faction ranking. Now that they have their ancestors' lost legacy, their power will skyrocket, allowing them to completely dominate the faction ranking. And nobody there wanted that to happen. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Unless they could somehow steal the lost legacy from the Celestial Overlords, the Celestial Overlords will, without doubt, grow. Sometime later, once Xu Jiaqi and Senior Bai took their seats, the Celestial Emperor spoke. "I have gathered all of you today for one simple reason." After a slight pause, he continued. "The heavens have spoken recently." "What?" Everybody there was shocked to hear this, including Xu Jiaqi. Not long ago, the heavens became aware of a certain individual. The heavens believe this person to be related to the evil god, and demand for his extermination as soon as possible. Evil god. Everybody there experienced another wave of shock after hearing this name. Follow current novels on Freebnovel. CM. Evil god. The monster that soaked the 9 heavens in blood, and a heretic who slayed the first Celestial Emperor. Why is his name relevant in this day and age? The Immortals wondered to themselves. The Celestial Emperor continued. I know what all of you are thinking. What does the evil god have to do with this, and what in heaven's name is happening? Unfortunately, I don't have the answers at this moment. All I know is that we must exterminate this person as soon as possible before he does anything crazy. And before you ask, I do not know the identity of this person nor his appearance. However, I do know that he was last spotted in the third heaven. The third heaven? The people there became even more puzzled. How could someone with connections to the evil god be in such a lowly place? Someone there suddenly raised his hand and said, "Your Majesty, if this person is in the third heaven, there's nothing we can do about it. Or are you telling us to send people down there? To travel from the supreme heaven to spirit heaven will require a tremendous amount of resources." The celestial emperor calmly nodded. "This is not an order. I am merely requesting your help at this moment. 10. The first 10 people to accept my request will receive my support. This means you will be able to send people to third heaven without needing to worry about using any resources. Of course, you will be compensated for your efforts as well. Furthermore, the one to exterminate the heretic will be rewarded handsomely. I will do it." "Me too." 10 people raised their hands and accepted his quest immediately. In fact, over 70% of the people there raised their hands almost simultaneously. The celestial emperor nodded with a content smile on his face. "Very well. Since everyone is so eager to assist me, I will fully support everyone here. However, since there are so many people accepting my request, we will limit each faction, family, or sect to only one person." Sometime later, someone there asked, "Your Majesty, are there any leads to finding this heretic? Without any information on this individual, it would be impossible to find him even if all of us send our entire forces down there." "We have a lead. Once you arrive in the third heaven, go speak with the G family there. They should know of the situation and the identity of this person, as they were the ones who helped the heavens become aware of his presence," the celestial emperor said. The meeting continued for a few more hours until the celestial emperor dismissed them. "What should we do, Lady Sue? Should we also send down someone? Even though we're not obligated to assist the celestial emperor, it would look bad on us and the celestial overlord, especially when the evil god is involved." Senior Bai asked her. Xu Jiaqi pondered for a moment before speaking. "There's no need for us to send anyone down there. After all, we already have someone within the third heaven who can help us with this matter." "You don't mean?" "Yes, we'll have Yuan help us exterminate this heretic. He is definitely strong enough for this task. In fact, he might even be stronger than the people the others send down there, because they have to restrict their cultivation. Meanwhile, Yuan is a spirit king who can defeat even spirit sovereign. Then I will immediately let him. There's no need to rush it. Even if the celestial emperor and the others hurry, they will still need some time to prepare. I will let Yuan know about the matter when we see each other again in a month," Xu Jiaqi said. "I understand." Shortly after the celestial emperor ended the meeting, several people there approached Xu Jiaqi and Senior Bai. A cold smile appeared on Xu Jiaqi's face when she saw their faces, and she spoke in a calm voice. "If you're here to ask me about my father's legacy, you can save your breath." These people looked at each other with perplexed faces. "So it's true that you've recovered your ancestors' lost legacy. Let's not be so hasty, Lady Sue. I'm sure we can work something out. Even if it's just a single piece of treasure, we're willing to negotiate." "Do you really intend on hogging the legacy all for yourself? That isn't very wise, Xu Jiaqi." Xu Jiaqi sneered. "What I do with my father's legacy is up to me. If you want it, why don't you take it from me? If you have the capability, that is." Chapter 1062. Published at 20th of July, 2022, 8:46 and 47 seconds AM. Chapter 1062. Chapter 1062. Lady Xiang. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1062. Lady Xiang. When the immortals heard Xu Jiaqi's words, a look of disgust appeared on their faces, almost as though they'd accidentally swallowed a live fly. Xu Jiaqi suddenly noticed a certain figure in the distance, who appeared to be leaving the place. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have some important business to attend to." And without explaining any further, Xu Jiaqi disappeared from her spot and appeared in front of this individual she had been staring at. Oh! This individual was surprised when Xu Jiaqi appeared before her like a ghost. It's been a while, Lady Xiang. Xu Jiaqi said, her attitude towards this woman being the complete opposite of how she treats the others, almost as though they were friends. Lady Xu? You really startled me just now. I thought I was under attack or something. Lady Xiang sighed. Sorry, but I really needed to speak with you. And it looked like you were about to leave. Oh. What do you want to talk to me about? Let's go somewhere more private, shall we? Xu Jiaqi said. Lady Xiang nodded. I have a villa nearby. Let's go there. Xu Jiaqi turned to look at Senior Bai and said to him, You can return without me. I understand. If you need anything, call me. Senior Bai didn't want to linger around any longer due to the people there, and disappeared almost immediately, almost as though had been teleported away. As I thought, she's going to get that soul cultivation technique for him. It's not going to be cheap even for someone like her. Senior Bai sighed inwardly as the image of Lady Xiang's face appeared in his head. Sometime later, Xu Jiaqi sat down with Lady Xiang in her villa. I will get straight to the point, Lady Xiang. I would like to purchase your soul cultivation technique. Xu Jiaqi said to her. Lady Xiang slowly lowered the tea in her grasp and stared at Xu Jiaqi with a baffled look on her face. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you properly just now. Can you repeat it just in case? Lady Xiang said a moment later. Your soul cultivation technique. I need it. A stiff smile appeared on Lady Xiang's face when she realized that she hadn't heard wrong just now, and she asked in a dumbfounded voice, Why do you want my technique? And you should know that this technique isn't for sale, and even if it were for sale, it cannot be learned by just anyone. Furthermore, we both know that you're not suitable for this soul cultivation technique, so why would you want to learn it? Who said anything about using it for myself? I am giving it to someone. Xu Jiaqi said. Lady Xiang only became even more baffled after hearing such words. I owe him a great debt, and I promise to give him the best soul cultivation technique that I can find. If you're not willing to sell it to me, then I can only find another soul cultivation technique for him. This person, is he your lover? Lady Xiang couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with curiosity. No. He's just a junior. Xu Jiaqi calmly said. Is that so? How boring. Anyways, I doubt this person is capable of learning my soul cultivation technique, since only someone born with immense soul strength could possibly learn it. In the entire 9 heavens. No, in the last 10 million years, only 3 people have been capable of learning this technique, myself being one of them. You won't know it until you try it. This junior. He's immensely talented and has the potential to surpass us. Please. Lady Xiang narrowed her eyes on Xu Jiaqi, who had her head slightly lowered in a pleading manner. I have never seen you care so much about someone before, Lady Xu. If you tell me why you're going through all of this trouble, even lowering your head and begging me, I will consider it. Xu Jiaqi took a deep breath and said, I can tell you under one condition. You will not say a word about his identity to anyone. In fact, you'll act as though he doesn't even exist. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. I accept your condition. Xu Jiaqi nodded and said, This junior was the one who found my father's legacy, the god of war's astral arts. In exchange for it, I promised to give him a soul cultivation technique. Lady Xiang raised an eyebrow after hearing this information. That's it. I was anticipating something more exciting. Also, he's just a junior who managed to stumble upon your ancestor's legacy. You could have easily forced him to give you the legacy without needing to make such a promise. At least that's what most people in the gathering today would have done if they were in your shoes. Are you looking down on me? As if I would do something that low and despicable. Xu Jiaqi sneered. Lady Xiang smiled. I am just joking. Are you going to help me or what? I've already lowered my head for you. If you think I will do it for a second time. A serious expression appeared on Lady Xiang's face as she spoke. Since we're friends and I do owe you a favor, I will give this junior a chance to learn my soul cultivation technique. However, this doesn't mean it will be free. Whether or not this junior is capable of learning the technique or not, you'll still have to pay. How much do you want? Xu Jiaqi asked. Who said anything about money? I want you to do something for me. A cold smile appeared on Lady Xiang's face. Xu Jiaqi frowned. What are you plotting? You see, a certain group of people have been harassing me and my family recently. I'm sure you've heard about them. I would love to deal with them myself, but I do not have the capability. If you want me to give this junior a chance to learn my soul cultivation technique, you will have to help me deal with these people. Do you understand what I am saying? The frown on Xu Jiaqi's face deepened. You want me to destroy the Sky Whales faction? She mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1063 Limitless Bloodlust. Chapter 1063 Limitless Bloodlust. The Sky Whales faction is a top 50 faction in the entire Nine Heavens, not to mention that within their alliance there is a top 10 faction. I cannot attack them without any reasons, especially considering my faction's reputation. You're asking for the impossible. Xu Jiaqi said with a deep frown on her face. I am well aware of your faction's reputation. Celestial Overlord, the #1 righteous faction in the Nine Heavens, and also a top 3 faction. However, who said anything about attacking the Sky Whales faction without a reason? If you want a reason, I will give you one. The current leader of the Sky Whales faction, Immortal Tongsher, is actually a heretic, a demon worshipper. What? Xu Jiaqi's eyes widened with shock. Where did you get that information? I swear, if you're lying to convince me to attack them. If you don't believe me, go investigate it yourself. I will even give you my sources. Also, have you forgotten my identity? Do you think I would lie to you about something like this? Xu Jiaqi narrowed her eyes and pondered. If it's true that Immortal Tongsher is a demon worshipper, we have all the right to execute him. I will let you know my decision in a week after I am finished with my investigation. Xu Jiaqi said a moment later. Take all the time you need. Lady Xiang smiled. Xu Jiaqi left the villa shortly after. Meanwhile, Yuan looked through the 5th floor of the myriad of technique after returning. Most of the techniques on the 5th floor were divine rank cultivation techniques, and although there were a few interesting ones, none of them were really appealing enough for him to learn. After looking through all of the techniques, Yuan met up with Meishio and the others. Did you guys find anything you like? He asked. I didn't. Chu Liuxiang shook her head, and she continued. I am still learning the techniques I acquired the last time we came here. Also, none of the techniques here suit me. Me too. Meishio said. I found one that I like, but it's a divine rank technique. Li Jinsi said. Oh, what kind of technique is it? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. It's called Limitless Bloodlust. It allows me to grow stronger with every magical beast that I kill. I think this is a very fitting technique for me. She said. Oh, that sounds very similar to my innate ability that allows me to grow stronger as I consume my enemies. Lan Yingying said. Indeed, and it's the perfect technique for someone like you. Yuan smiled. If there's nothing else, let's check out. He then said. Sometime later, they went to pay for the Li Jinsi's technique. This technique will cost you 70 million spirit stones. The young man behind the desk said. 70 million spirit stones. Yuan's eyebrows twitched when he heard the price tag. I have underestimated the price of a divine rank technique. However, even if it's a divine rank technique, isn't it a little too expensive? Yuan wondered to himself. When the young man saw Yuan's frozen expression, he smiled and explained. This technique may be a divine rank technique, but its potential is actually closer to ancient rank, hence why it's so much more expensive than the average divine rank technique. 70 million spirit stones is too much, Yuan. I appreciate the thought, but I cannot let you spend that much money on me. Li Jinsi said with a bittersweet smile on her face. Clearly, she liked the technique very much and would be disappointed to not acquire it, but she didn't want to be unreasonable, nor could she afford it by herself. Feng Yuxiang glanced at Li Jinx for a second before speaking. I'll pay for it. Everyone there turned to look at her. Why would you? Li Jinxi asked with a puzzled look on her face. You're my young master's precious friend, and I cannot allow him to lose face over something like this. Feng Yuxiang said with her body emanating a prideful aura. Yuan didn't object to this and said, I will pay you back as soon as possible, Feng Feng. After all, he also believed that this technique would benefit Li Jinxi greatly, and wanted her to have it. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang paid 70 million spirit stones to the young man. After counting it, he handed the technique over to Li Jinxi. Good luck. Thank you, Madam Feng. Thank you, Yuan. I will not forget this debt. Li Jinxi bowed to them after they left the myriad of techniques. Don't mention it. Feng Yuxiang smiled. What are we going to do now, Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked him. I am going to visit Tian Chenya's old home, he said. If you don't mind, I want to cultivate this new technique. Li Jinxi suddenly said, as she could barely hold her excitement. Yuan nodded, sure. I'm sure there's a cultivator's haven in this city. Let's stop by that place first then. After asking for directions, they went straight to the cultivator's haven. Yuan helped Li Jinxi pay for their best room. Yuan, I would also like to cultivate by myself for a while. Meishio suddenly said, I have been ignoring my cultivation in this world for a while now, and I don't want to be too far behind and become a burden. When she heard Meixius' words, Chu Liuxiang also decided to stay behind. Then I will stay as well. I don't mind. How long do you guys want to cultivate? Yuan asked them. How does 2 weeks sound? Li Jinxi said. All right. Then I will come get you guys in 2 weeks. Yuan nodded. In the end, he rented 3 of the best rooms in the cultivator's haven for 2 weeks. See you in 2 weeks, Yuan. The ladies said to him before going into their respective rooms to cultivate. I'll see you guys later. Yuan left the cultivator's haven shortly after. Now then, let's go visit my old home, shall we? A smile appeared on Yuan's face as he began approaching Tian Chenya's home. C1064 Tian Family. Chapter 1064 Tian Family. After leaving Meishio and the others in the cultivator's haven to train, Yuan made his way to Tian Chenya's home. However, he quickly realized a problem. It's been millions of years since then, and this city clearly has gone through many changes. The chances of my old home being in the same location is probably 0. After pondering for some time, Yuan decided to check the place just in case it was still there. Sometime later, he arrived at the location of Tian Chenya's home, or where it was supposed to be. However, it was quickly made clear to Yuan that his home no longer existed. This location that used to be Tian Chenya's home has been replaced by a restaurant. Yuan sighed. I knew it was pointless. After all, millions of years have passed since Tian Chenya's era. There's no way his home would still be here after so long. Don't give up, brother Yuan. Xiaohua said to him. He smiled. You're right. I shouldn't give up so quickly. He approached the restaurant a moment later. Welcome to the heavenly restaurant. How many guests? The waitress at the front asked when they entered the building. Hello, this may be sudden, but I have a question. Do you know anything about the Tian family that used to live here? If my memories serve me right, this place used to be their home. Yuan asked the waitress with a handsome smile on his face, which made it hard for her to refuse. Yes, I know of the Tian family. In fact, they are the owners of this restaurant. The waitress said a moment later. Really? Where can I find them? I would like to speak with them. What relationship do you have with the Tian family? They're not really friendly with strangers. The waitress asked him. Our ancestors knew each other, and my ancestor owed the Tian family a favor, so I am going to return that favor in my ancestor's stead. Yuan calmly said. If that's the case, let me give you the Tian family's current address. The waitress nodded. Sometime later, Yuan left the restaurant and went to the location given to him by the waitress. So this is where the Tian family of this generation resides. Yuan mumbled to himself as he stood before the residence of the Tian family. The building looked nothing like the one in his memories, but he still felt a nostalgic feeling from it for some reason, almost as though he instinctively knew he belonged here. He approached the front doors and knocked on it with Xiaohua by his side. A few moments later, an old woman opened the doors and stepped outside. What do you want? The old lady had an unfriendly aura around her, and she looked a little angry for some reason. If you're from the Lin family, then you can turn around because the young lady won't see any of you. Yuan raised an eyebrow at her behavior, but he remained calm and spoke. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I am here on behalf of my ancestor, who owes a great debt to the Tian family. The old lady sneered at his words and said, That's the worst excuse so far. Even a dog could come up with a better story than you. Now scram, dogs from the Lin family. But I am not from the Lin family. Tian Xinyu, do you know of this name? Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. Tian Xinyu? The old lattice eyes widened with shock. How do you know of this name? Who are you? I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Yuan. I have recently learned that my ancestors owed a great debt to the Tian family, but he was unable to repay that debt before he passed away, so I came here to repay his debt for him. If there's anything I can do for the Tian family, don't hesitate to ask me. Since they were technically his family and Tian Xinyu never really got the chance to help his family, as he was too busy dealing with demons, Yuan decided to assist the Tian family instead. Please wait here for a minute. Since I am just a caretaker, I cannot let you in by myself. I will go speak with the head of the family right now. The old lady bowed to Yuan before closing the door. Yuan proceeded to wait outside. Meanwhile, inside the residence, the old lady walked past a bronze statue in the middle of the garden to speak with a middle-aged man. What? Someone is here to return a debt? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Yes, and he claims that his ancestors knew our ancestors. How foolish. Do you really believe that? He's probably using that as an excuse to intrude on our family. Let him be. The middle-aged man casually waved his hand. But he knew the name of our ancestor, Tian Xinyu. The old lady saved this information for last. What? Why didn't you say this sooner? Nobody outside the family should know his name. And since we've all taken an oath to never reveal this name to anybody outside the family, there's no way an outsider would know about it. Although most people in the Nine Heavens forgot about Tian Xinyu's name, the Tian family never forgot it. In fact, Tian Xinyu's family made it so that all descendants are required to remember this name and pass it down to their children, which has become their tradition. However, they also made everyone swear an oath to never reveal Tian Xinyu's real identity to outsiders, or they would die a horrible death. The middle-aged man and the old lady left the room shortly after. Sometime later, they brought Yuan and Xiaohua into their residence. Once they were all seated, the middle-aged man said to the old lady, Go bring us some tea. I understand. The old lady bowed to them before leaving the room. Chapter 1065. Published at 23rd of July, 2022, 5:57 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 1065. 1065 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1065 Tian Family. 2. Once the old lady left, the middle-aged man turned to look at Yuan and continued. My name is Tian Xianzu, the head of this humble family. May I know your background and what you know about the name Tian Xinyu? Tian Xianzu asked him with a friendly smile. He nodded and said, Honestly, I don't know much about Tian Xinyu. I only learned of this name in a note left behind by one of my ancestors. I also don't know how long ago this note was written, but I firmly believe that no matter how much time passes, a debt will never go away on its own. Tian Xianzu pondered for a moment before asking, Do you know how your ancestor became indebted to our ancestor? I don't. Then do you have the note with you? Unfortunately, the note is very fragile and on the verge of breakdown, so I didn't dare to bring it with me. Tian Xianzu narrowed his eyes slightly with a pondering look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't fully trust Yuan, as his story sounded a little too convenient and suspicious. The tea is ready. The old lady returned with the tea. After pouring all of them a cup, she left the teapot on the table. Bring my daughter here. Tian Xianzu suddenly said to the old lady. The young lady? The old lady seemed hesitant. Her reason being the same as Tian Xian's reason. Yes. I understand. The old lady left again. I will decide if we can trust him after I see his reaction to my daughter. Tian Xianzhu thought to himself. He was thinking that if Yuan had any interior motives, he would see it the moment Yuan meets with his daughter. Yuan casually sipped on the tea and didn't utter a single word for the next few minutes. He understood their situation, that the Tian family was having doubts about his identity, which he couldn't blame because they were right to doubt someone as suspicious as him. In fact, he would also be suspicious if he were in their shoes, and if he speaks or tries to convince them that he's not there to harm them, that would only make him more suspicious. Sometime later, Yuan could hear 2 sets of footsteps approaching the room. A few moments later, a beautiful young lady who looked to be a little older than Yuan entered the room. She had a tall and slender figure. Her hair was pitch black and tied into a hair bun behind her head. Her face looked gentle yet fierce at the same time, and her clear brown eyes shone with brightness. Xiao Hua and the other 2 inside Yuan's body were surprised when they saw this young woman, but it was not because of her beauty. No, they were surprised by her facial features that resembled Yuan but looked way more feminine, almost as though she was Yuan's twin sister. In fact, with the help of makeup, Yuan could definitely become this young woman and vice versa. However, just like Tian Xianzhu, Yuan didn't notice their resemblance. Let me introduce you to my daughter, Tian Yinyu. Yinyu, this is our guest Yuan. Hello. She gave him a courteous nod. It's nice to meet you. I'm Yuan, and I came here to repay a debt that my ancestors owed to your family. If there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to let me know. Yuan said to her with a gentle smile on his face. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. Tian Yinyu clearly wasn't expecting such a reason for his visit, but she didn't complain. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. You'll help us with anything? Yuan nodded. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to help you. A cold look suddenly appeared on Tian Yanya's face as she spoke. Then help me erase the Lin family from this world. Yinyu. Tian Xianzhu immediately frowned at her words. The Lin family? The first time I've heard about them is when your caretaker mistook me for them. Who are they? And what have they done to deserve this punishment? Yuan asked her. You've never heard of the Lin family? How is that possible? They're one of the biggest families in this world. They're one of the 7 legacy families. The old lady exclaimed. Actually, I'm not from around this area, but I have heard of the 7 legacy families. Yuan said. The Lin family has been harassing and bullying my family for the last 4 years because I refused to become their oldest son's woman. Tian Yinyu said with a disgusted look on her face. So it's that kind of situation, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. So can you help us or not? If you can't, then we don't need your help at all. Tian Yinyu stared at him with slightly narrowed eyes. Yuan didn't immediately respond and began pondering. You don't have to mind her unreasonable request, Yuan. Although it's true that the Lin family has been harassing us, there's nothing we can do about it. Yuan sighed out loud before speaking. It's fine. I don't mind it. He turned to look at Tian Yinyu and continued. I don't mind helping you with the Lin family, but I cannot do something like slaughter them. Not because I don't have the power to. I am just not fond of unnecessary bloodshed. The Tian family's eyes widened with shock after they heard Yuan's words, mostly because he casually claimed that he had the power to destroy the Lin family. How about this? I will get the Lin family to stop harassing your family and stop pestering you. Would that be helpful enough? Yuan said as he looked directly at Tian Yinyu. If you can really do that. Tian Yinyu nodded in a dazed manner, as she didn't really expect him to agree to her request. After all, they were going against one of the 7 legacy families, an untouchable force for most people. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1066. Published at 30th of July, 2022, 8:53 and 31 seconds AM. Chapter 1066. Chapter 1066 Tian Family 3. If audio player doesn't work, Press stop then play button again. Chapter 1066 Tian Family 3. Wait a minute. Tian Xianzu suddenly said. What's wrong? Yuan asked. This is ridiculous. You want to go against the Lin family, one of the 7 legacy families. I appreciate your willingness to help us, but that's too much. You're not only going to get yourself killed, but you're also going to drag our Tian family along with you to the grave. Tian Xianzu exclaimed. He turned to look at Tian Yinyu and continued. You too. Stop your nonsense. The moment we lay a finger on the Lin family, they will completely destroy us. The only reason they don't dare to touch our family right now is because of our family history. However, if we give them a reason to act, they will move in full force. Are you telling me to sit still and stay silent while they continue to harass our family? Our restaurant's business has gone down 90% since last year, because of the Lin family's cowardly antics. If this continues any longer, our Tian family will be reduced to nothing, regardless if we touch them or not. And I am not going down without a fight. Tian Yinyu remained resilient. Tian Xianzu didn't know what else to say after hearing his daughter's words. Let's all calm down, shall we? Yuan suddenly said, still looking as relaxed as ever. The Lin family may be one of 7 legacy families, but they are not untouchable. Why don't you tell me a little more about your situation? Tian Yinyu nodded and took a seat at the table. I will get another teacup, the old lady said before leaving the room. Once she was seated, Tian Yinyu spoke. It started 4 years ago when I first met Lin Minghai on the stage during a friendly competition between our sections. I managed to narrowly defeat him. And the very next day, he would begin courting me. Of course I refused. However, he would continue to court me persistently over the next several days. Eventually, days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. It's been 4 years since then, but he's still courting me. He was just being annoying at first, but as time passed he would become more aggressive, and he would also start scheming by spreading bad rumors about me so that others would stay away from me. Then he started targeting our family businesses. We used to own several restaurants throughout the city, but we had to close down most of them because the Lin family would send thugs to cause drama in our restaurants and mess with our reputation, forcing us to close them down. Now we're down to just 1 restaurant. Of course, we can't do anything about it because we don't have concrete proof that the Lin family is behind these incidents, but there's no way it's all just a coincidence. Lin Minghai even personally came to our house before, and he told my father that he would help us deal with the thugs, acting like he is innocent. Yuan listened to Tian Yinyu explain their situation in detail with a tranquil expression on his face, but he was inwardly annoyed at the Lin family and their nature. How typical. The powerful and influential tyrants are abusing their power and oppressing the weak to achieve their goals. This is quite common in the cultivation world. These people are a waste of spiritual energy. We should just kill everyone in the Lin family and get this over with. Feng Yuxiang snorted. Have you forgotten about our situation, Feng Feng? We're already being hunted by the 7 legacy families and the Ji family. If we do something like that, they will be all over us. Yuan said. We're already hunted, so it wouldn't make any difference. In fact, we should be the ones to strike first. They tried to ambush us outside the stairway to heaven, so it would only be fair if we ambushed one of them in return. Let's not make our situation any more complicated than it already is. If we can solve this without shedding too much blood, that would be ideal. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Once she finished explaining, Tian Yinyu asked, what do you think? Can you help us? Freeb Novel. CM only. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Are the thugs still an issue? Yes, they come to our restaurant once a week to cause trouble for the customers, sometimes more. Then we will start by dealing with the thugs. The Lin family won't be able to do anything unless they want to reveal that they're with the thugs. Yuan said. That sounds reasonable. But how are we going to do that? Tian Yinyu asked him. It's quite simple, actually. I am going to visit your restaurant as a customer, and if they pick a fight with me, I will deal with them accordingly. Yuan said with a smile. Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. You make it sound so easy, but will it really work out as it does in your head? He nodded. Of course. They're working for the Lin family and you're their target, right? If you visit the restaurant with me, they will, without a doubt, try to mess with us. Bang. Tian Xianzhu suddenly slammed the table. Wait. You want my daughter to be bait? I am against her involvement in your nonsense. Well, I don't really need her help, but it will make things move quicker. I will do it. Tian Yinyu said. Yinyu, you say you don't want my involvement, but I am already involved. I have been since the beginning. And like Yuan said, the Lin family won't be able to do anything to us unless they want to expose themselves. Tian Yinyu said. That may be true, but they will still know that you're trying to fight back against them. I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't worry, I will protect her. Yuan suddenly said. Tian Yinyu turned to look at Yuan and smiled. Don't look down on me. I am not so weak that I need your protection. If it wasn't for his background, I would have already taken care of Lin Minghai by myself. Good. He smiled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1067. Published at 30th of July, 2022, 8:53 and 30 seconds AM. Chapter 1067. Chapter 1067 Tian Family 4. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1067 Tian Family 4. Are you seriously going to do this? Tian Xianzhu was still feeling concerned about this whole situation. In his eyes, a stranger that they haven't known for even half a day suddenly told them that he would help them take care of the Lin family, one of the 7 legacy families. If it were anybody else, they would have already kicked Yuan out. However, for some reason, neither Tian Xianzhu nor Tian Yinyu doubted him. Trust me, if anything goes wrong, you won't have to take the blame, as I will take the blame for myself. Yuan comforted him with a confident smile. Why are you so confident? This is the 7 legacy families we're talking about. It's like messing with a beehive. Anger one bee and you'll anger the other bees as well. In this case, that would be the other 6 legacy families. Tian Xianzhu asked him. Yuan smiled. It's not my first time dealing with them. Both Tian Xianzhu and Tian Yanyu's eyes widened with surprise after hearing such words. Not his first time dealing with them? What does he mean by that? They wondered inwardly. Anyways, before we deal with the thugs, I would like to say one more thing. To make this safer for all of us, let's not call me Yuan when we are outside. Let's see. Yuan began pondering for a name. I wanted to use Tianyang for my fake identity, but it wouldn't be wise to associate myself with the Tian family with what we're going to do, especially if things go south. Yuan suddenly noticed Xiaohua sitting beside him, and turned to look at her with a pondering face. Noticing his glare, Xiaohua turned to look at him with a puzzled face. A smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke. Whenever we're outside, please address me as Xiaoyang. Xiaohua's eyes widened with shock. Do you mind? If you do, I can use another surname. Yuan said. Use mine, young master. Feng Feng said. It's okay. Brother Yuan can use it. Xiaohua nodded. Due to the history associated with her family's background, it would be quite foolish to take the Azura clan's surname, perhaps even courting death. However, since they're only in 3rd heaven, where nobody would recognize this surname, it was fine. Then well be in your care, Xiaoyang. Tian Yinyu said to him a moment later. Sometime later, Yuan and Tian Yinyu left the Tian family's household and made their way to the heavenly restaurant. I hope nothing happens to them, the old lady sighed. Let's not jinx it, and have some of our guards secretly follow them. If anything happens, I want them to immediately report it. As you wish. Oh, should I also notify Madam? No, not yet. I understand. When Yuan and Tian Yinyu arrived at the heavenly restaurant, Tian Yinyu asked, Where do you want to sit, Xiaoyang? Anywhere is fine. All right. Tian Yinyu then said to the waitress, Give us the best table. I understand, young lady. The waitress recognized Yuan and glanced at him again before leading them to their table. Once they were seated, Tian Yinyu said. Order whatever you want. It's in the house. Yuan nodded and looked through the menu before ordering the dishes that intrigued him the most. Since he was expecting there to be trouble, he didn't want to order too much food and waste them in the end. Once the waitress got their orders, she left them alone. By the way, I should have said this sooner, but if you're going to hide your identity, wouldn't it be wiser if you disguised your face as well? Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. Now that you mention it. Oh, but we don't have any pills for disguise. Young master, if you want, I can concoct you one right now. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. Thank you, but it's a little too late for that since everyone here has already seen my face, not to mention the people that had been following us since we left the Tian family. I understand. Hey. Tian Yinyu suddenly spoke. Can you tell me about yourself? What did you do before you came here? Are you a disciple? If so, what sect? What motivated you to help us? Before coming here, huh? I guess I was just wandering the world. I used to be in a sect but not anymore. As for my motivation, it may sound foolish, but I really don't like owing debt to anyone, even if this debt is technically my ancestors' responsibility. Yuan said. You left the sect? Or did you get kicked out for causing trouble? Tian Yinyu seemed to be intrigued about his sect. Of course not. I left my sect on good terms. In the first place, I joined them because I needed to gain some experience, as I lived a secluded life before I joined the sect. Is that so? Tian Yinyu stared at his face with a pondering look on her face. I understand your feeling of not wanting to owe any debts, but I don't know if I would go as far as repaying a debt that my ancestors owed millions of years ago. You're a silly one, Yu Xiaoyang. Yuan chuckled. I get that a lot. But I don't hate it. In fact, I kind of admire your passion. She suddenly added. Thank. Yuan suddenly halted his mouth when he sensed killing intent directed in his direction. What's wrong? Tian Yinyu asked him when she saw his actions. They're here earlier than I thought. We haven't even gotten our first dish yet, and they're already looking for a fight. He showed a cold smile on his face. You don't mean, Wav. Look what we have here. If it isn't the young lady. Did the sun rise from the west today or something? How unusual to see you here. A deep voice suddenly boomed inside the restaurant, causing everyone there to look at the source. Yuan casually turned his head to see a group of hooligans wearing bandit-like clothes, and with faces that looked like they were asking for trouble approaching their table. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1058 A Group of Hooligans. Chapter 1068 A Group of Hooligans. Hey. Young lady. Why are you sharing a table with another man? Are you cheating on young Master Lin Minghai already? This group of troublemakers approached the table with wide smiles on their faces. Young Master Lin Minghai will be heartbroken when he learns of this. Hey brat. Who are you? Do you know whose woman you are messing with? Tian Yinyu didn't say anything, and her gaze remained on Yuan the whole time, as she didn't want to miss any of his movements. Now what are you going to do, Yuan? If you cannot even handle a few hooligans, the Lin family will definitely be out of your reach. She pondered inwardly. Yuan casually turned to look at the hooligans and spoke in a calm voice. I'm sorry, but I wasn't expecting any more guests. Also, when was the last time you guys changed clothes? You all smell like rotten eggs and dog feces together. I would appreciate it if you can be more considerate to others, especially since we're inside a restaurant where people come to eat. Why, you bastard? The hooligans' faces flushed with redness after hearing Yuan's insults, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. However, before they could even utter a single word, Yuan continued to speak. My food will be here soon. If you're not gone by then, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, and what the fuck are you going to do if we don't leave? The hooligan leading the group asked Yuan with a malicious grin on his face. Feng, I don't want their blood to dirty the place I am going to eat at. Can you deal with it without making a mess? Oh, leave one of them alive. Yuan suddenly said in a low voice. It would be my pleasure, young master. Several orbs of flame suddenly emerged from Yuan's body and flew towards the group of hooligans, and before they could even react, their bodies were immediately engulfed with flames. In less than a second, all but one of the hooligans were burnt until there was nothing left of them, leaving behind no mess or blood. Everyone in the restaurant was shocked by what they had just witnessed, but they were also puzzled, as they couldn't comprehend the situation. After Feng Yuxiang killed most of the hooligans, Yuan turned to look at the last one and asked in a calm voice, "Who hired you to mess with the Tian family? If you don't speak truthfully, you will end up just like your friends, erased." "I don't know. I swear. I am just a lowly lackey following orders. Please, you have to believe me." The young man got on his knees and begged Yuan. "Then tell me about your order." Yuan then said, "Yes. We, the Stone Bandits, were hired to disturb the Tian family's businesses until they shut down." "And you don't know who hired you?" "No. Then who does?" "That would be the leaders. And where can I find these leaders?" That's. The young bandit hesitated to answer this question, as he would also be killed by his peers for revealing the location of their base. "If you tell me, I will not only let you live, but I will even make sure the Stone Bandits won't be able to harm you." "A pretty good deal, don't you think so?" Yuan said. "I am willing to tell you." The young bandit nodded after a moment of silence. Since he was going to die either way, he might as well accept Yuan's request that will, at the very least, give him a chance to survive. "Very well. You can bring me to your hideout after we're done eating here. Until then, go wait outside. I wasn't joking when I said that you all stink." Yuan said. "I understand." The young bandit immediately jumped to his feet, but before he could go anywhere, Yuan's voice resounded again. "All right. One more thing. If you're thinking about running away, you will immediately be killed. My divine sense covers a good chunk of this city, so unless you can outrun my divine sense, I suggest you stay put and wait for us. Do you understand?" "I wouldn't dare to run away from you." The young bandit vigorously nodded his head. "Good. Then I will see you in a bit." The young bandit quickly scrambled out of the restaurant, but he didn't dare to wander too far away from the restaurant, as he feared that Yuan might mistake it as escaping. And for the next hour, this young bandit wouldn't move a single step from this location, almost as if head turned into a stone statue. What was that just now?" Tian Yinyu asked him with an astonished look on her face, after the bandit left. "What? Are you not happy with the way I handled it?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "No, that's not it. Forget it. I didn't think you would resort to violence so quickly, especially after what you said about not wanting to shed unnecessary blood." "I don't. Hence why I killed them without spilling any blood," Yuan said with a joking smile on his face. "I'm just joking. They are just a bunch of bandits who have been causing trouble for your family and countless other people for years. Nobody will care if I clean up some trash. Of course, if the Lin family is willing to go to war over those hooligans, that would be a different story. Your appearance is quite deceptive, as you are more daring than your appearance suggests." Tian Yinyu mumbled with a slight smile on her face. The waitress approached their table with their food a few minutes later, and they began eating the food shortly after, acting as though the whole situation with the hooligans just now didn't even happen. Once they were finished, Yuan and the other two went outside to meet with the young bandit again. "All right. Bring me to your hideout," Yuan said. "Yes," the young bandit answered without hesitation. C1059 Stone Bandits Hideout. Chapter 1069 Stone Bandits Hideout. "Hey, it might be a bit dangerous, so if you want you can return home for now and wait for me to finish," Yuan said to Tian Yinyu, who immediately frowned upon hearing his words. "Are you still looking down on me? I told you that I can handle myself, right? If I turn out to be a burden, you can leave me alone to die, because I will deserve it." "Leave you to die? You know very well I can't do that," Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. "All right, if you want to follow me, go ahead." Tian Yinyu was a peak spirit lord despite her seemingly young age, so she could be considered quite talented for this world standard. Of course, since Yuan was suppressing his spiritual energy, Tian Yinyu was unaware of Yuan's cultivation as a peak spirit king. With that being said, Yuan didn't bother suppressing his aura, so she knew that he was a formidable individual. At least that's what her instincts and experience told her. Compared to her fellow disciples, Yuan was multiple times more powerful. Sometime later, the young bandit led Yuan and Tian Yinyu to this large building. "We're here, young master," the young bandit said to Yuan, who had his eyebrows raised. Meanwhile, Tian Yinyu had a deep frown on her face. "Are you mocking us right now?" Tian Yinyu muttered in a cold voice. The building itself wasn't the problem. It was the environment and the situation outside of this place that made Tian Yinyu furious. There were multiple women wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes standing outside this building, and they were all glaring at Yuan like foxes. It was clear what kind of purpose this place served, and the only person there that didn't understand the situation was Xiaohua, who was too innocent to know about these kinds of things. "I am most certainly not mocking you, young lady. This is truly the Stone Bandits' hideout. They have been operating this entertainment business for over 50 years now," the young bandit quickly said, trying his best to defend himself. "This is certainly a surprise." Yuan mumbled out loud. "When you hear about bandits, you normally associate them with the wilderness. This is the first time I've heard of bandits hiding within the city, acting like gangsters instead." The young bandit then spoke. "I don't know the Stone Bandits' leader's name, but he should have a pretty high standing in this place. What should we do?" Yuan turned to look at Tian Yinyu, who was glaring at the building with a disgusted look on her face, as she hated the concept of women selling their bodies for money. However, before she could respond, the workers at this building approached them with bright smiles on their faces. "Handsome, are you new here? I have never seen you before, and I would never forget a face as handsome as yours. How would you like to spend the day with me? Not only will I give you special service, but I won't even charge you a single copper." "Is this your girlfriend here? I won't mind even if she joins us." These women quickly surrounded Yuan. However, when they got too close, a burst of flame suddenly erupted from Yuan's body. "Young master, should I just burn this whole place to the ground and call it a day?" Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded the following moment. "There's no need to be so upset. They're just trying to do their jobs." Yuan shook his head inwardly. He then said to the ladies, "Sorry about that just now. We are actually here to see your boss. Is he available right now?" "Our boss?" The ladies exchanged glances with each other. "Do you have an appointment?" "The boss doesn't meet with anyone that doesn't have one." One of them said. "We do. Tell your boss that Tian Yinyu is here for her appointment." Tian Yinyu suddenly said, "I understand. I will go tell my manager." One of the ladies went into the building while the others went to speak with other nearby pedestrians. "Tian Yinyu? There's nobody with that name on the appointment list," the manager said after hearing the woman's words. "Really? That's what she told me though," the woman said. "She's probably just another ordinary whore trying to get a job at our Passion Palace. Ignore them." "I don't think that's the case. That woman was really beautiful and looked nothing like one of us. And she had a handsome young man and a child with her. It doesn't change the fact that they're not on the appointment list, and that they'd lied to you. Ignore them," the manager exclaimed. "I understand," sometime later Yuan said. "It's been a while since that woman went inside." Tian Yinyu sucked her teeth. "They probably realized that we didn't have an appointment, or they're just trying to ignore us." "What are you going to do now?" she then asked. "If they want to ignore us, we will do the opposite and force them to acknowledge us," Yuan said. He turned to look at the young bandit and said to him, "Bring us to your boss." "Why yes." The young bandit wanted to cry, but he had no choice but to obey Yuan's words. The young bandit proceeded to lead Yuan and the others inside the building. "Welcome to the Passion Palace. What kind of entertainment are you looking for?" The worker at the front desk stopped speaking when he noticed Xiaohua's figure. "I'm sorry, but this place isn't appropriate for children." Yuan glanced at Xiaohua and cleared his throat. "Sorry, but we're not here to have fun." He turned to look at the young bandit and continued, "Go tell your boss he has 3 minutes to show up before I blow up this entire place." Naturally, Yuan was only bluffing, but the young bandit and the others didn't know that. Right away, the young bandit immediately disappeared from their sight. Chapter 1070. Published at 30th of July, 2022, 7:39 and 15 seconds AM. Chapter 1070. 1070. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1070. Stone Bandits Hideout. 2. Why you? Who are you? Do you know where you are? How dare you cause a commotion here? The manager of the Passion Palace showed up shortly after Yuan entered the building with Tian Yinyu. Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man, who had a furious face, and said, "If you had brought us to your boss in the first place, we wouldn't have needed to resort to this. Guards! Throw them out of here!" The manager shouted, and over a dozen Spirit Lord cultivators surrounded them the next moment. "Are you aware that this place is being run by the Stone Bandits?" Tian Yinyu asked them in a calm voice. And she continued, "If you are aware of this fact and still decided to help them, we have the authority to kill you all. This is your last chance to walk away." Tian Yinyu retrieved an elegant sword with a thin blade, and casually swung it at the empty air in front of her. "Stone Bandits? That is a baseless accusation. What proof do you have that this place is run by these bandits?" The manager exclaimed, "I have worked in this place for over 30 years, and I have never seen anything related to those bandits from this place." Tian Yinyu smiled and said, "To not notice something like this after so long, you must blind, but that's not even the worst part. If you've worked here for over 30 years and do not know about the Stone Bandits, that must mean they don't trust you enough to tell you about it despite the amount of time you have spent here." The manager trembled in anger after hearing such words, and he roared, "They're just spewing nonsense to mess with our heads. This place isn't run by any bandits. Kill them." "Yes," the guards shouted as they encircled Yuan and his small group. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Tian Yinyu said as she went into an offensive position. However, before the guards or Tian Yinyu could move, Yuan suddenly activated Heavenly Domain, instantly overwhelming the guards and forcing them to their knees without seriously injuring them. "Let's all just calm down and wait for the boss to show up, shall we?" Yuan spoke with a nonchalant expression on his face. Even though the guards couldn't see Yuan's cultivation, they instinctively knew that he was not someone to be trifled with, so they all remained on their knees with their heads lowered even after the Heavenly Domain was deactivated. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the building, the young bandit was kowtowing before a bulky bald man, who had an enraged expression on his face. "So you failed your mission and even brought trouble back to our hideout, huh? I knew you were trouble since the day we accepted you. I should have killed you sooner." The bulky man suddenly jumped out of his bed, where several naked women were resting, and landed in front of the young bandit. "I hope you're prepared for your punishment, young one." However, the young bandit immediately jumped to his feet and rushed outside. "You think you can run away?" The bulky man got dressed in less than a second and chased after the young bandit, who didn't dare to look back as he rushed back to Yuan and Tian Yinyu. "Young master, I brought the boss here," the young bandit shouted even before he could see Yuan's face again. "Die, you useless trash." The bulky man had caught up to the young bandit and prepared to strike him. However, before his fist could reach the young bandit, a figure appeared between them and causally blocked his fist. "So you're the Stone Bandits' leader? I have a few questions for you." Yuan calmly spoke as he stood before the bulky man like an immovable mountain. Who the fuck are you? Stone Bandits? I have no idea what you're talking about." The bulky man was greatly surprised by Yuan's sudden appearance, and was even a little nervous. Even though he didn't go all out for his strike, it was still enough to kill a spirit lord with ease. Yet Yuan had managed to block it with one hand, and with seemingly no effort at all. Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. "So you're not affiliated with the hooligans that have been causing trouble for the Tian family?" Yuan asked. The bulky man retrieved his fist and spoke. "Tian family? I have heard of them, but what do they have anything to do with me? Don't tell me you believe that brat over there without any proof? So you're not the leader of the Stone Bandits, and you have no affiliation with the Stone Bandits?" Yuan asked again. The answer is no to both of your questions. You should do some investigations before you accuse someone. I also expect some kind of compensation for the commotion you have caused my business today. The bulky man said. Yuan suddenly smiled and retrieved an object that was emitting a golden glow. When someone lies before me, this grail of truth will light up. So what you just told me is a lie. The bulky man took a few steps back after seeing this treasure. Where the fuck did he get such a powerful treasure? He cried inwardly. Yuan turned to look at the young bandit and asked, Have you been lying to me? And no, the young bandit quickly said. The grail of truth did not emit any light after hearing his words. Yuan turned to look at the bulky man again and said, This is all the proof that I need to deal with you. Xiaoyang, is everything okay? Why did you suddenly disappear like that? Tian Yinyu appeared at this moment with Xiaohua following behind her. Hey, I just found our bandit boss. Yuan said. Really? Tian Yinyu frowned when she saw the bulky man's appearance. Why you? I know him. I have seen him working as a guard for the Lin family before. She exclaimed after recognizing the bulky man's face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1071. Published at 30th of July, 2022, 7:39 and 14 seconds AM. Chapter 1071. 1071. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1071. Stone Bandits Hideout 3. So what if I have worked as a guard for the Lin family? What are you trying to say? The bulky man coldly snorted. I will get straight to the point then. Yuan said. Did the Lin family tell you to mess with the Tian family? The bulky man kept his mouth shut this time, not daring to respond to Yuan's question, as this was the only flaw for Grail of Truth. However, one could argue if this was really a flaw, since if someone refuses to answer when they know what will happen if they do, it could only mean that they were going to lie. If you think silence will save you, I have bad news for you. Yuan calmly said to the man. And what are you going to do to me? Kill me? You don't even have any concrete proof that I belong to this Stone Bandits or whatever. The bulky man sneered. Proof? In a world where the powerful is always right, proof is not necessary. Yuan spoke with a cold smile on his face, and his peak Spirit King aura that could suppress even a Spirit Emperor filled the hallways and nearby rooms, causing everyone to tremble before it. Tian Yinyu stared at Yuan with wide eyes. This aura, he's a Spirit Emperor. No. That's not possible. Spirit King is the peak in the third heaven. There's no way he's a Spirit Emperor. She cried inwardly. The bulky man subconsciously took a step back when he felt Yuan's aura, and he spoke in a nervous voice. Why, you are powerful, I will give you that, but you won't be able to handle the Lin family by yourself. Yuan chuckled. Who said anything about dealing with the Lin family by myself? Anyways, are you going to tell me or not? I will not ask you again. My patience is running low. The bulky man showed him a bold smile and said, Go fuck. Whoosh. Yuan suddenly retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and slashed it at the bulky man in a speed that was too quick to react. The bulky man's head rolled on the floor the next moment before his body collapsed. Tian Yanya's jaw dropped a little after seeing this. Why, you actually killed him? She almost couldn't believe that Yuan would kill the bulky man so quickly. It's pointless talking to him. There should be other high-ranking bandits that know about their deal with the Lin family. Yuan said with a nonchalant look on his face, feeling not even the slightest guilt from killing a mere bandit that has caused the Tian family so much trouble. He turned to look at the horrified young bandit and said, Go grab his head and bring me to the other bandits. Why yes. Now realizing that Yuan was the real deal, the young bandit didn't dare to hesitate to listen to his commands. He quickly went to pick up the bulky man's decapitated head and proceeded to bring Yuan around the building. Whenever they encountered a bandit, Yuan would use the Grail of Truth to make sure that he wasn't troubling anyone innocent. He would also ask the bandits questions, and when they refused to answer or try to run away, Tian Yinyu would act according to her own will and slay them. Of course, she would still kill them even if they answered their questions, as she could not forgive these bandits that have ruined their family business. It was mayhem within the Passion Palace with blood being spilled all over the place. Eventually, the guards arrived at the scene to stop the commotion. Halt! A dozen peak spirit lords and a few spirit kings showed up before Yuan and Tian Yinyu. You are. The guards immediately recognized Tian Yinyu because of her beauty, but they did not recognize Yuan. Lady Tian, what in heaven's name are you doing? Why are you involved in this unscrupulous massacre? The guards asked her. Unscrupulous? How rude. I am merely cleaning up the bandits that have been messing with my Tian family for years. Bandits? The guards were taken aback by her words. The Stone Bandits. I'm sure you've heard of them. They're quite famous for human trafficking and robbery. Do you have any proof that the people you're killing are related to the Stone Bandits? The leader of the guards asked after some pondering. Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. If Tian Yinyu was telling the truth, that she's cleaning up the bandits, the city would be awarding her for her efforts instead of being punished. Of course. Tian Yinyu nodded, and she pointed to the small group of bandits that they had captured and been dragging around the whole building. They all admitted to being part of the Stone Bandits, and they even confirmed that the Lin family had paid them to mess with my Tian family. What? The guards were shocked after hearing this information. The leader of the guards approached the group of bandits and asked them with a stern expression, "Is what she said true?" "Why yes. We're all part of the Stone Bandits. Please. We'll tell you everything. Just save us from these monsters." The bandits began crying. They'd rather spend time behind bars than to deal with Yuan and Tian Yinyu. The leader of the guards was speechless, and he said to Tian Yinyu, "We will deal with the rest from here. Please return to your home for now. We will visit you once we are done here." She didn't say anything and turned to look at Yuan instead. "We have already fulfilled our purpose here. Let's leave for now." Yuan said, "Okay." However, before they could leave, the leader of the guards asked Yuan, "Excuse me, who are you? I know of Lady Tian and the Tian family, but I don't recognize you." Yuan then answered, "My name is Xiaoyang. I am just a rogue cultivator who is currently in the process of repaying a debt my ancestor owed the Tian family. If you need to speak with me, you can find me at the Tian family." "I understand." The guard nodded in a dazed manner. Yuan left the building and returned to the Tian family with Tian Yinyu shortly after. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1072 Lin Family's Damage Control. Chapter 1072 Lin Family's Damage Control. Once Yuan and Tian Yinyu left the scene, the guards began their investigation on the Passion Palace and questioned all of the workers there. Yuan also told the young bandit to assist the guards before leaving, which made it a lot easier for the guards to identify the bandits, speeding up their investigation tremendously. News of what happened at the Passion Palace quickly began spreading throughout the city like wildfire, and rumors of the Lin family paying the Stone Bandits to mess with the Tian family was amongst the news, which shocked the city. This caused quite the backlash for the Lin family. Even though there wasn't any direct backlash, their family name was being dragged through the mud by being associated with the bandits, which was more than enough to make them lose face, and losing face is the worst thing that could happen to these influential families that only care about such things. The Lin family quickly went into damage control, and tried their best to convince the people that the Stone Bandits were lying to mess with their reputation, and that they weren't trustworthy because, well, they were bandits, even going as far as spending money to spread it. Although this did alleviate some of their troubles, not everyone believed it. Fuck. That fucking bitch Tian Yinyu. How dare she mess with us like this? A handsome young man within the Lin family kicked the table in front of him when he heard the news of Tian Yinyu dealing with the Stone Bandits, sending it along with everything on it flying across the room. Things have gone so smoothly for him for the past few years that this sudden retaliation from the Tian family had taken him by complete surprise. I swear I am going to make her regret defying me, the Lin family. This handsome young man was Lin Minghai, who has been courting Tian Yinyu for the last few years without any success. Young Master Lin, please calm down. If we act against the Tian family now, it would only solidify the rumors that we're working with the Stone Bandits. The servant of the Lin family said to him, "Are you telling me to just sit here and let that bitch spit on my face?" "I refuse." Lin Minghai roared. "I did not say that, young master. I'm just saying that there are better ways to go around this. For example, you can use this chance to visit the Tian family and demand compensation for ruining the Lin family's reputation." "Ha ha. This is a great idea, Steward Jean." Lin Minghai laughed out loud. "Prepare the guards. We're going to visit the Tian family right now." Meanwhile, at the Tian family, Tian Xianzu was in disbelief after hearing about the situation from his daughter. "We not only dealt with the hooligans, but we even cleaned out the infamous Stone Bandits in half a day. Yuan is the real deal. He will definitely be able to help us get the Lin family off our backs." Tian Yinyu spoke with intense excitement, as this incident had relieved a lot of her built-up stress. Is this what victory feels like? She tightly gripped her hands into fists. This is just the beginning. Yuan suddenly said, "Now that we've taken care of the bandits, one of three things will happen. 1. The Lin family will pretend it never happened and not bother us for a bit. 2. They could send more people to mess with us. Or they will come to us directly. Personally, I would prefer it if they directly came to us, as that would make things easier." Tian Xianzu sighed. Regardless of their actions, they will not forget what happened today and will definitely try to get revenge. In their eyes, even though we only dealt with the hooligans, we had indirectly defied them, which isn't any different from directly defying them. He turned to look at Yuan and continued, "I really hope you know what you're doing, because if things go south, your little antics will mark the end of our Tian family." Yuan smiled. "Don't worry, I will keep the Tian family safe even if I have to wipe out the 7 legacy families in order to do so." I know you're powerful, but how can you say such a thing so casually? The more you go against the 7 legacy families, the more they will retaliate. If they cannot handle you in this world, they will send people from the upper heavens down here. This is the main reason why nobody dares to mess with them. Unless you also have a family in the upper heaven, such as the 4 ancient families. Tian Yinyu said. Because this is not my first time confronting one of the 7 legacy families. Yuan calmly responded, leaving them speechless. Dear heaven, what have we gotten ourselves into? Just who is this young man? Tian Xianzu cried inwardly. Meanwhile, inside a sect somewhere in the 3rd heaven. Elder Suin. This is an emergency. A middle-aged man hastily approached a beautiful middle-aged woman in a square with a nervous look on his face. The middle-aged woman stopped lecturing her disciples and turned to look at the middle-aged man. Elder Long? What happened? This is about your family. I have just received news that your daughter, Tian Yinyu, had caused a commotion, which resulted in the Lin family losing a tremendous amount of face. What? What did my silly daughter do? Elder Suin, also known as Tian Suin and who was Tian Yanyu's mother, exclaimed. Elder Long proceeded to explain the whole incident between Tian Yinyu and the Stone Bandits to Tian Suin. That foolish girl. I warned her countless times to not mess with the Lin family, and just ignore them. Tian Suin gritted her teeth in frustration after learning about the situation. I'm going to return home for a bit. Can you let the sect leader know about my situation? She then said. Of course. Elder Long nodded. After dismissing her disciples, Tian Suin left her sect and rushed back to the Silver Heaven City. C1073 Lin Family's Visit. Chapter 1073 Lin Family's Visit. Dong. 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 Tian family. Get your ass out here. The Lin family is here to demand for answers. Yuan and the others heard the front door being banged on, and a loud voice resounded the following moment. Looks like the Lin family decided to show up personally, and they even moved faster than I anticipated. Yuan smiled. What should we do? Tian Yinyu asked. Since you caused this mess, you're going to deal with it. Tian Xianzu said in a cold voice, pushing all responsibility to them even though he's the family head. Tian Yinyu turned to look at Yuan, who spoke in a calm voice. Let's meet them and see what they have to say. If they do anything inappropriate, I will deal with them accordingly. All right. Tian Yinyu nodded. The two of them went to greet the visitors shortly after, and then they brought the Lin family to one of the guest rooms. Tian Yinyu, you bitch. Do you have any idea how much trouble you have caused for my family with your little act at the Passion Palace today? How dare you spread such nasty rumors? You will compensate us for the damage. Lin Minghai began shouting even before they sat down. Tian Yinyu remained calm and spoke in a sneering voice. The Stone Bandits claimed that your Lin family hired them to mess with my family. I had nothing to do with it. If you want to blame someone, blame the bandits. Or even better, blame yourselves for messing with my family. Lin Minghai slammed on the table and roared. Our Lin family had nothing to do with those filthy bandits. How dare you slander us? Slander? Those hooligans started messing with my family's business the day I rejected your advances, and don't even think about giving the excuse that it's all just a coincidence. Even an idiot wouldn't believe such an excuse. Tian Yinyu bit back at them. Watch your attitude, Lady Tian. You are speaking to the young master of the Lin family. Steward Jean suddenly spoke in a cold tone. If you weren't the young master's darling, I would have already cut out your tongue. Watch your mouth. I am not his darling. Tian Yinyu narrowed her eyes at Steward Jean, her gaze oozing with killing intent. I may be a servant, but do you dare to kill a member of the Lin family in your estate? Can you handle the consequences? Steward Jean snorted arrogantly. Even though he called himself a servant, his status within the Lin family wasn't low, and he has been a trusted member for many decades now. His loyalty for the Lin family unquestionable. Why don't we all calm down so that we can have a proper conversation? Yuan finally spoke his first sentence since the Lin family's visit. The frown on Lin Minghai's face immediately burrowed even further, and he turned to look at Yuan. And who the fuck are you? Yuan smiled and introduced himself in a respectful voice. My name is Xiao Yang, and I am currently assisting the Tian family. My ancestors owed their ancestors a debt, and I am here to return that debt. I was told that their family business was being harassed by hooligans, so I decided to do something about it, unaware that they were connected to the reputable Lin family. If you want to blame someone for the recent commotion, you may place the blame on me. You're also slandering my Lin family. Lin Minghai fumed with anger after hearing Yuan's words that subtly accused the Lin family of working with the Stone Bandits. What? I am simply stating what the bandits told us, and the guards that took them away. If you claim that the Lin family doesn't have anything to do with those bandits, I naturally want to believe the reputable Lin family over the bandits. However, your inappropriate behavior isn't helping me. Lin Minghai gritted his teeth in frustration, but he couldn't argue back, as that would only make him and his family look worse. Xiaoyang, right? I will remember your name. Now I have a question for you. What is your relationship with her? Lin Minghai pointed at Tian Yinyu while he spoke. My relationship with Miss Yinyu? It was at this moment that Tian Yinyu suddenly interrupted. We're just ordinary lovers. What about it? Yuan's eyes widened after hearing Tian Yanyu's words. Lin Minghai had a look of disbelief on his face, looking as though had just witnessed a ghost for the first time. Why you're lying? Lin Minghai didn't dare to believe it. Oh, you don't believe me? Then let me prove it to you. Tian Yinyu suddenly turned to look at Yuan's handsome face and moved her head towards his, giving him a passionate kiss on the lips the following moment. Lin Minghai could feel his heart bursting into a million pieces when he witnessed this, and the shock head received was so big that his eyes rolled backwards until it was almost completely white. Why, young master? Get a hold of yourself. Steward Jean cried out loud as he went to catch Lin Minghai's falling body. After removing her lips from Yuan's, Tian Yinyu spoke with a slightly rosy face. Why are you so surprised? We're lovers, so it's only natural for us to do things like this. In fact, we have done even more intensive stuff before. Lin Minghai felt his soul leaving his body after hearing what Tian Yinyu had just said. Why, you will regret this, you damn whore. We're going back. Steward Jean decided to return to the Lin family for now because their young master had become incapacitated from mental damage, and he was worried that if they stayed any longer, Lin Minghai might die of heartbreak. After carrying their young master away, the Lin family rushed back to their own home. Yuan turned to look at Tian Yinyu with a bittersweet smile, but he didn't say anything, as he wanted her to tell him what that was about just now. Chapter 1074. Published at 30th of July, 2022, 7:39 and 10 seconds AM. Chapter 1074. 1074. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1074. Caused by heartbreak. What's wrong? Did you not like that kiss? Or was that your first kiss? Tian Yinyu tried her best to remain calm as she responded to Yuan's puzzled face. Most people would kill to receive a kiss from a beauty like me, she added. Yuan shook his head. This has nothing to do with that. Are you sure that was the right choice? Who knows how Lin Minghai will act now? Perhaps you'd even made things worse by kissing me. After all, that was the only reason the Lin family hasn't taken over the Tian family. It'll be fine. If anything happens, you'll protect us, right? That's what you said. Furthermore, I have been wanting to get back at Lin Minghai for a while now. I just didn't know how, until a few moments ago. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. So, what are we going to do now? What's the next step? Tian Yinyu asked a moment later. There is no next step. We will now wait to see the Lin family's response. With that being said, we're not going to wait forever for a response. I will give them a week at most. Alright. Anyways, do you have any unused rooms? And do you mind if I stay here for a while? In order to keep you all safe, it would be for the best if I stayed close. This way, if anything happens, I will be able to respond to it faster. Yuan asked a moment later. Sure. We have plenty of unused guest rooms. You can use them as you please. Tian Yinyu nodded. Follow me. I will show you the way. Thank you. After showing Yuan to his room, Tian Yinyu left him alone to cultivate before returning to her room. Once she closed the doors to her room, Tian Yinyu jumped onto the bed and began rolling around the bed. Ah! She screamed internally. I can't believe that I had actually kissed him. That was even my first kiss, she exclaimed in a low voice. While Tian Yinyu pondered about her actions inside her room, Yuan cultivated in peace in his room. At least he tried to. Young master, how could you let that woman kiss you like that? You should have dodged it. Feng Yuxiang was making a fuss about the kiss. Calm down, it's just a kiss. Just a kiss. Kissing is more than that. You just shared saliva. That's not something you do to someone whom you've just met, she exclaimed. What's done is already done. There's no point getting excited over it now, he sighed. Fine, then let's talk about something else, Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued. You asked her if it was a good idea to kiss you in front of Lin Minghai. I will now ask you if it's really a good idea to meddle with the Tian family's affairs. In case you forgot, we're currently being hunted by the 7 legacy families, and the Lin family is part of them. Even if your intentions are to help them, if the Lin family finds out your true identity, the Tian family will be dragged into our mess, and they will be executed. I guarantee it. Senior Feng is right, Yuan. I don't see any benefits from this while there are tons of risks. It just doesn't make sense to me. Lan Yingying also gave her opinion on the matter, something she doesn't do often. Yuan showed a slight smile and said, I am well aware of how foolish my actions are right now, but it's more complicated than you think. You know, after Tian Qinyu left his family to deal with the demons, he never once got the chance to return home to see his family before they passed away. The parents that had raised him with love and care. The ones who supported him while he was at his lowest. Tian Qinyu greatly regretted not being able to help his family, as his parents had died before his mentality could stabilize. Now that I have Tian Qinya's memories, there is this strong and nearly uncontrollable urge to help the Tian family, almost as though his soul desperately wants to amend his mistakes. I could ignore this feeling and pretend I don't even know the Tian family, but I have a feeling that this will hinder my cultivation in the future, almost like Heart Demon. Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. I see. I understand your motivation a little better now, young master. Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. Me too, Lan Yingying said. I also understand your worries, and I thank you for your consideration, but there's no need to worry, as I don't plan on exposing myself, and I have the perfect plan to deal with the Lin family without spewing any blood. If they don't suddenly decide to raid the Tian family in the middle of the night, Yuan said. And he continued, the moment they do anything drastic, I will get rid of them, no matter if they are the 7 legacy families or some other powerhouse. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family, Steward Jean called for their best doctor after putting Lin Minghai in his luxurious bed. What happened to the young master? The doctor was shocked when he saw Lin Minghai's poor condition. His skin is completely pale, almost as if all of his blood had been drained, not to mention the horrified expression on his face. Did he see a ghost or something? No, even a ghost wouldn't be enough to cause such a reaction. Just what in heaven's name happened? The doctor quickly assessed Lin Minghai's condition. You see, what had happened was... Steward Jean explained the situation to the doctor, which made him even more baffled. The reason for the young master's condition is heartbreak. He couldn't help but cry out loud, as he has never seen a case of heartbreak this drastic before. Isn't this a little bit too much of an overreaction? It's not like he had been forced to watch his lover being screwed by someone else. The doctor sighed inwardly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1075 Silent Rippers. Chapter 1075 Silent Rippers. Lin Minghua eventually woke up after a whole day of rest, and when he woke up, he did so in a manner that was as though he'd just woken up from a nightmare. He shouted the moment he woke up. Young master. It's okay. Young master. Steward Jean quickly rushed to his side to calm him down. Steward Jean? What is going on? Where am I? Lin Minghai looked around with a puzzled look on his face. He was so confused that he couldn't even recognize his own bedroom. We're currently inside your bedroom right now, Steward Jean said. In my room? I see. So that was just a dream, a bad nightmare. Lin Minghai released a sigh of relief, his whole body soaked in sweat. It was obvious that Lin Minghai thought that his visit to the Tian family, and what he experienced there was just a dream. Unfortunately for him, Steward Jean would turn that dream into reality with a single sentence. I'm sorry, young master, but that wasn't a dream. We brought you back here from the Tian family after you fell unconscious. Lin Minghai proceeded to sit on his bed with a blank expression on his face after hearing Steward Jean's words, feeling as though he'd accidentally inhaled a live fly. His face began to flush with redness shortly after. Once he reached the boiling point, he roared at the top of his lungs. Fuck that bitch Tian Ynyu. I want them dead. I want them all dead. Steward Jean expected this kind of reaction from him, which wasn't surprising in the least. However, he couldn't allow it to happen. Young master, with the way things are going, if we attack them now, it will look bad on the Lin family. I don't fucking care. If you want do it, I will do it myself. Nobody can stop me from killing that whore, not even my parents. Lin Minghai continued shouting. Steward Jean shook his head inwardly. He then sighed. I understand, young master. I will assemble a team of assassins to deal with Xiaoyang to send a message for now. As for Tian Yinyu and her family, we can deal with them a little later. How does that sound, young master? Lin Minghai pondered for a moment before nodding with a cold smile on his face. Kill her lover and torment her mentally before killing her, huh? That's a great idea. And since this Xiaoyang isn't part of the Tian family, we won't receive any backlash for killing him. We can even call him a fugitive who had wronged our family. That's right, young master. Go on. Get with it. I want this bastard gone by tomorrow. Of course. Steward Jean disappeared from the room shortly after while Lin Minghai continued to rest. After leaving Lin Minghai's side, Steward Jean went to write a note before sending it to the most notorious assassins within the third heaven, the Silent Rippers. The Silent Rippers are a small group of professional assassins that would kill pretty much anybody as long as they are paid enough for the job, and they have even dared to kill people from the 7 legacy families before. The Silent Rippers also have no hideout, and they always wander the third heaven, never staying in one place for longer than a few days, hence why they are so hard to catch and deal with. However, they do have several methods of contact, and one of them is leaving behind a note as well as a full deposit in a specific location. These locations exist all over the 9 heavens, and they are usually checked once every week. Fortunately for Steward Lin, his note was received by a member of the Silent Ripper merely hours after he sent it out. I want someone named Xiaoyang to be taken care of as soon as possible. He is currently residing in the Tian family's residence within Silver Heaven City. It is very important that you not kill anyone from the Tian family, just Xiaoyang. He is a young man around 20 years old, around 6 foot tall, handsome face, long black hair tied into a ponytail, brown eyes, and his cultivation seems to be around Spirit King. The pay will be 20 million spirit stones. If you need more information or wish to contact me, you can contact one of my associates in the Yellow River Pavilion in Silver Heaven City. He is someone by the name of Ming Lao. Attached to this note was a storage bag with 20 million spirit stones. Normally, one wouldn't dare to risk 20 million spirit stones before the job is completed, but the Silent Rippers are very proud of their reputation and have never stolen from their client before. Hence why Steward Jean didn't hesitate to pay them 20 million spirit stones in advance. Hahaha. 20 million spirit stones to kill a mere child. This is the easiest money in a long time. The assassin laughed out loud when he saw the new request. He then contacted his fellow assassins and notified them of the new mission. Spirit King at the Silver Heaven City, huh? Brother Mao should be the nearest to that city right now. Yes, I can get there in about 3 hours from my current location. This assassin surnamed Mao said. I'm about 8 hours away. Do you want to wait for me? Another asked. No, I will be fine by myself. It's just a 20-year-old child who just became a Spirit King. I am already more than enough for this mission, said Assassin Mao. All right, well, leave this mission in your hands, Brother Mao. We will await for the good news, Brother Mao. Good luck. I will finish it by tonight. After closing the connection to his communication jade slip, Assassin Mao immediately made his way to Silver Heaven City, unaware of the Grim Reaper that was waiting for him there. C1076 Midnight Assassination Attempt. Chapter 1076 Midnight Assassination Attempt. Later that night, after eating dinner with the Tian family, Yuan returned to his room. Inside his room, Yuan practiced the soul nourishment array that Huangchen had taught him. Golden array symbols filled the room, and Yuan could feel his soul strength strengthening very slightly. A few hours into the night, when it was slightly past midnight, Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, Young master, there's an expert nearby, and he's spying on us. Still focused on his array symbols, Yuan casually said, I am aware. Let's just wait and see what he's planning on doing first. Don't come out. I don't want to alert him. I understand. Unbeknownst the assassin Mao, his presence had already been noticed by his target. A mere child. I will finish this in a minute and leave. Assassin Mao suddenly consumed a pill, which altered his appearance to look exactly like Tian Yinyu. After making sure that there was nobody near Yuan's room, he approached the door and knocked on it. Yuan stopped whatever he was doing and went to open the door to find Tian Yinyu standing there. And without saying a word, Assassin Mao entered the room with a seductive smile on his face. Miss Yinyu? What's wrong? Are you still worried about the Lin family? I'm telling you, it'll be fine. Yuan said to her with a gentle smile on his face. Assassin Mao laughed inwardly, feeling quite gleeful about how well his plan was working. He then placed his hands on Yuan's shoulders before guiding him to the bed. Oh, what are you doing? Yuan asked her as he laid on the bed, looking a little nervous. Assassin Mao, still with Tian Yanya's appearance, placed a finger on his own lips and made a quite shushing sound. Shua. Izzy. Yuan's nervous smile became filled with excitement, and he closed his eyes. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. It was at this moment Assassin Mao retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring and stabbed it towards Yuan's chest where his heart was located. Die. Assassin Mao shouted when the tip of the blade reached Yuan's chest. However, almost as though head struck steel, the blade halted right on top of Yuan's clothes. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice, his gaze completely tranquil. This wasn't what I had in mind, Miss Yinyu. Shit. Assassin Mao had no idea what had just happened and couldn't comprehend why he couldn't penetrate Yuan's skin with his heaven-grade spiritual treasure. However, it was clear to him that his target was still alive. Assassin Mao suddenly released his cultivation base, filling the room with the aura of a 5th-level spirit king. He then lifted his dagger into the air and plunged it down for a second time. However, just like the last time, his dagger was stopped by Yuan's skin. I don't think this is how you captivate a man's heart, Miss Yinyu. Yuan uttered this remark in a sarcastic tone. How? Assassin Mao was in disbelief, and he tried pushing his dagger with all of his might, but it was pointless. It was at this moment Assassin Mao and Yuan could hear the sound of footsteps rushing towards their location. Yuan, is everything okay? What was that spiritual energy just now? Tian Yanya's panicked voice resounded. Fuck. Realizing that his mission had failed, Assassin Mao immediately turned towards the door and prepared to escape. However, right as he reached the door, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck from behind, yanking him back into the room. Assassin Mao tried to break the hold on his neck, but he was unsuccessful. Tian Yanyu and her caretaker showed up a moment later to see Yuan choking someone who looked exactly like Tian Yanyu. What in heaven's name is going on here? Tian Yanyu exclaimed when she saw this puzzling scene. Hey, Miss Yanyu. This rat disguised as you just tried to assassinate me. Yuan calmly explained to her. What? Let me go, you bastard. Assassin Mao spoke in his original voice, startling Tian Yanyu. And he continued. Do you know who I am? If you don't let me go, my fellow brothers and sisters from the Silent Rippers will hunt you down. Silent Rippers. Tian Yanyu was terrified upon hearing this name. However, Yuan didn't recognize them and asked, Silent Rippers? Never heard of you guys. Are you mercenaries or bandits? Why, Yuan? They're neither of those. They're a notorious group of assassins that have terrorized the Third Heaven for hundreds of years. Tian Yanyu quickly said. Oh, assassins, huh? This meant someone had put a hit on me. Who was it? The Lin family? As if I'd tell you anything. Hurry up and unhand me. If my companions don't hear from me by tomorrow, they will all come rushing here. Assassin Mao said. I'm already being hunted, so it wouldn't make a difference if I kill you or not, since I will be hunted anyways. Yuan smiled. W8. We can work something out. Assassin Mao quickly said. You have a minute to change my mind. We will stop the assassination and go after those that tried to kill you. How does that sound? Assassin Mao said. Don't listen to him, Yuan. Tian Yanyu suddenly said. The Silent Rippers will always finish their job. And since the Lin family is involved, they won't stop hunting you unless the Lin family cancels the mission. Yuan smiled and said. I never intended to listen to him. I just wanted to see what kind of excuse he'll give. WW8. I swear. I am not lying. If you kill me, my companions will definitely kill you. Then I shouldn't waste any more time and start preparing to greet them. Yuan said, and without any hesitation, crushed the assassin's neck, killing him in an instant. When Assassin Mao's body limped, Yuan tossed his body out into the courtyard and dusted his hands. Tian Yanyu stared at Assassin Mao's dead body with a speechless look on her face. He killed one of the Silent Ripper's assassins just like that. Just how powerful is he? She wondered inwardly. C1077 Dealing with the Silent Rippers. Chapter 1077 Dealing with the Silent Rippers. Oh, I should have questioned him before killing him. Whatever. More of them will come sooner or later anyway. Yuan realized this after killing Assassin Mao. Why, young lady? We must evacuate from this place as soon as possible before the Silent Rippers raid this place. The old lady exclaimed in a panicked manner after she snapped out of her daze. Evacuate? Leave where? Where can we go? If we're being targeted by the Silent Rippers, there is nowhere in this world we can hide, Tian Yinyu said with a frown. But we have to try. Not only did we offend the Lin family, but we're now targeted by the Silent Rippers. This is literally the worst-case scenario. Tian Xianzu showed up shortly after with a profound frown on his face. What is this commotion? He asked them, unaware of the situation. Tian Yinyu pointed at the corpse in their courtyard and explained the situation to him. What? The Silent Rippers? Those Lin family bastards actually went as far as to hire the most notorious assassins in the whole third heaven. Are they insane? Master, I think we should evacuate this place as soon as possible, the old lady said. Tian Xiangsu sighed. Even if we run away and hide in the sewers, the Silent Rippers will eventually find us. Calm down, all of you. Yuan finally spoke and he said, the best course of action right now is to stay here, where I can protect all of you. How delusional, the old lady suddenly shouted. You don't even know anything about the Silent Rippers nor how terrifying they can be. The Silent Rippers may only be a small group of assassins, but they are the best of the best within the third heaven. And they even have several peak spirit kings amongst their ranks. Do you really think you can protect us from the Silent Ripper by yourself? There should be a limit to your arrogance. Old Zhou, please calm down, Tian Yinyu said to her, who was breathing heavily and filled with anger. She is right, Yuan. Even the 7 legacy families cannot handle the Silent Rippers alone, much less a single person. Tian Xianzu shook his head in a dispirited manner, seemingly already given up. Yuan smiled and said, Who said that I will be alone? You guys come out. The very next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Yuan, startling the Tian family. Let me introduce you guys to my companions. This is Xiaohua, whom you've already met. Don't be fooled by her young appearance because she's actually a spirit king. Yuan pointed at Xiaohua. This is Feng Yuxiang, who is also a peak spirit king. This is Lan Yingying. She may only be a spirit lord, but she can handle spirit kings by herself. Even if you have 3 more people, that won't change anything. Old Zhou said. Yuan chuckled. Don't underestimate my friends, and don't compare them to your average cultivators, because they are not human. What do you mean by that? Tian Xianzu swallowed nervously. They are divine beasts. Feng Yuxiang is a phoenix, and Lan Yingying is a divine serpent. They're what? The Tian family couldn't believe their ears. Divine beasts are akin to divine entities in their eyes, and there were 2 of them before them right this moment. Anyways, no matter if they are the Silent Rippers or the Lin family, with them here, nobody will be able to harm you guys. Yuan reassured them. The Tian family eventually calmed down and decided to trust him. Meanwhile, the Silent Rippers had another meeting with each other through communication jade slips. Brother Mao's life slip just broke. He's dead. A solemn voice spoke. How is this possible? Brother Mao is a 5th-level spirit king. His target is only around 20 years old, right? There's no way Brother Mao could lose to someone like that. Perhaps the target has a powerful bodyguard beside him. Another said. That is likely what happened. Let's gather and avenge Brother Mao. Yes. A few days later. Steward Lin. What the fuck is going on? Why is that bastard Xiaoyang still alive? He was even spotted eating merrily at the heavenly restaurant today. Lin Minghai demanded an answer after hearing about this news. Please be patient, young master. I have already hired the Silent Rippers to take care of Xiaoyang. It will only be a matter of time, Steward Jean said. However, his communication jade slip trembled a moment later, and this jade slip was used to communicate with Ming Lao, who was supposed to contact him if the Silent Rippers contacted. What happened? Steward Jean asked. The Silent Ripper is asking for your presence. Please come to the Yellow River Pavilion as soon as possible, Senior Jean. I understand. Tell them that I will be there within 15 minutes. Steward Jean then said to Lin Minghai. The Silent Ripper has made contact with us. I will go speak with them now. Sometime later, he arrived at the Yellow River restaurant. After finding his friend Ming Lao, he also noticed a skinny man sitting at the same table. This skinny man exuded no presence and appeared to be immortal, but Steward Jean immediately knew the man's identity. Greetings, Senior. Steward Jean bowed to this skinny man. Take a seat. The skinny man spoke in an authoritative voice. Once he was seated, Steward Jean asked, How may I address this senior? You can just call me Kong. I understand, Senior Kong. Assassin Kong then spoke. Now then, I called you here to verify some things. This Xiaoyang, is he being guarded by an expert? As far as I am aware, he's not. Steward Jean shook his head. He's not. He's not. According to my investigation, there is only a little girl by his side. Unless that little girl is actually an expert in disguise, I don't think he has any other bodyguard. A little girl, huh? Assassin Kong began pondering in silence. Chapter 1078, published at 31st of July, 2022, 5:39 and 20 seconds AM. Chapter 1078. 1078. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1078, dealing with the Silent Rippers. 2. After pondering for some time, Assassin Kong spoke in a grim voice. One of our brothers has died already, and he was a 5th level spirit king. What? Steward Jean exclaimed out loud after hearing this shocking information. Quiet. Assassin Kong glared at him. He then continued. This Xiaoyang is clearly much more difficult to kill than you thought, so we are asking for an increased payment. How much more are you asking? Steward Jean asked with a solemn expression. 10 million. Assassin Kong blurted this number out without any hesitation. 10 million. Steward Jean swallowed nervously. He was already being extremely generous with 20 million spirit stones to get rid of a child. So adding another 10 million definitely made him hesitate. Since that Xiaoyang has already killed one of their members, they won't stop hunting him even if I refuse, but that is a very risky decision, especially since I gave them this mission. Steward Jean sighed inwardly. He was confident that the Silent Rippers would go after Yuan, even if he doesn't pay the extra 10 million, but he could be killed by them if he took advantage of this knowledge. In the end, he had to bite the bullet and agree to pay an extra 10 million spirit stones. You can send the money to the same location. We will pick it up in 2 days. Assassin Kong said. I understand. Assassin Kong left the restaurant shortly after. Thank you, Ming Lao. Steward Jean handed 100 spirit stones to Ming Lao for his work before leaving the restaurant as well. Meanwhile, at the Tian family, Tian Yinyu sat in her room with Feng Yuxiang sitting not far away. It's been several days since then. When will the Silent Rippers come? This wait is making me anxious. I cannot concentrate on my cultivation under this stress. Tian Yinyu sighed out loud. You've been complaining about this since the first day. When will you stop? Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued in a sighing voice. Why did I get stuck with you? What's wrong with me? Besides my complaining? Tian Yinyu asked. Humph. Feng Yuxiang coldly snorted and she said, Don't think I have forgotten already. You kissed my young master without his permission. If he wasn't helping you, I would have burned you to death on the spot at that time. Seriously? It's just a kiss. Tian Yinyu said. Just a kiss. Do you know who the young master is? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed. No, I don't. If you tell me, I will. Tian Yinyu smiled. Feng Yuxiang became speechless, mostly because she also didn't know Yuan's true background, and his prior lives didn't count. The young master is someone. Just as she opened her mouth, Feng Yuxiang suddenly halted her words, and her face turned serious. They are here, she said in a solemn voice. The Silent Rippers. Tian Yinyu immediately jumped to her feet and retrieved her weapon. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Yes, but there's something odd about them. They're only focusing on the young master for some reason. On Yuan? Will he be fine alone? Tian Yinyu asked. as Xiaohua was with Tian Xianzu and Lan Yingying was with the servants and old Zhou. Yes. No matter how many people come for him, he will be fine, Feng Yuxiang said with a confident look on her face. Meanwhile, a few rooms away from Tian Yanya's room, when he noticed the presence surrounding the Tian family's residence, Yuan calmly opened the door and went outside to the courtyard. 17 people, all spirit kings, huh? Yuan assessed all of the assassins with his divine sense that covered the entire house and more. When the assassins saw his action, they quickly realized that their presence was exposed. Since their target is already aware of their presence, they decided to show themselves, surrounding Yuan in the courtyard a moment later. Are you the bastard who killed Brother Mao? One of them asked him in a cold voice. Is that the name of the assassin from a few days ago? Yuan asked them. If so, yes, I killed him. Don't worry, I made sure it was a quick and painless death. The assassins trembled in anger when they heard his words, and they all released their aura, which bore down on Yuan like a mountain. However, Yuan remained standing there with a calm look on his face, almost as if he couldn't even feel the pressure. This surprised the assassins. There were 4 peak spirit kings amongst them, yet they cannot make a single spirit king bow down with their pressure? Something was wrong here. Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. So you're saying that you don't have any bodyguards? That you killed Brother Mao by yourself? Yuan showed them a provocative smile and said, a weakling like him, it didn't take much effort. You bastard. One of the 17 assassins couldn't hold his rage any longer and lunged at Yuan. Without even turning to look at the attacker, Yuan calmly dodged his strike before catching him by the neck. The others immediately went into an offensive position when they saw this. If you're smart, you will let him go, said a skinny man. If I do, will you spare my life? Yuan asked him. Assassin Kong didn't respond. He couldn't. I figured. Yuan mumbled, and without hesitation, he crushed the neck of the assassin in his grasp. Kill him! Assassin Kong roared with bloodshot eyes. The others sprang into action, and they attacked Yuan from multiple directions. Daggers, throwing knives, hidden weapons. The assassins attacked Yuan with pretty much every weapon used by assassins. However, almost as though his body was made of the world's strongest steel, the weapons bounced off his body. What the fuck? The assassins were surprised when they saw this. He must have some kind of spiritual treasure protecting him. They quickly came to this conclusion. Keep attacking. It can only endure so much. Assassin Kong said. Thus, the assassins continued to attack Yuan while he casually stood there without a care in the world. What in heaven's name? Tian Yanyu was left speechless when she witnessed this scene with her divine sense. I told you that he would be fine, Feng Yuxiang said with a smile. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1079. Published at 31st of July, 2022, 5:39 and 19 seconds AM. Chapter 1079. 1079. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1079. Dealing with the Silent Rippers 3. After trying for many minutes and failing to break through Yuan's invisible armor, the Silent Rippers stopped their attacks momentarily. Fucking hell. What kind of trick are you using? Stop standing there and fight us like a real cultivator. The assassins tried to get him to remove his invisible armor. Yuan merely laughed at them. I'm not using any tricks. You're all just too weak to damage my perfect physique. What? Perfect physique? That's just a legend. There's no way you actually have the perfect physique. Assassin Kong exclaimed. I don't care if you believe me or not. Yuan shrugged. Anyways, tell me, what is your mission? Is it just to assassinate me, or are you going to harm the Tian family as well? If you tell me, I will remove my armor. So you are wearing a spiritual treasure? Yuan raised an eyebrow. I never said that I didn't. I merely said that I wasn't using any tricks. Can wearing armor be considered a trick? I don't think so. After a moment of silence, Assassin Kong spoke. Our mission is only to kill you, Xiaoyang. We were instructed to not touch the Tian family. Are you happy now? Yes, I am quite happy. Here, I will keep my words and take my armor off for you. Yuan proceeded to take off his invisible dragon cloak. Now, Assassin Kong suddenly roared. All 16 assassins sprung into action instantly, attacking Yuan with everything they got. A slight grin appeared on Yuan's face right before an immense pressure suddenly covered the entire courtyard. This pressure forced all of the assassins to their knees with the Peak Spirit Kings barely resisting it. What is this? The assassins began panicking. Heavenly Domain. Yuan calmly responded. Are you guys really the most notorious assassins in the third heaven? You're not much better than the Stone Bandits. He proceeded to mock them. Screw you. Assassin Kong and the other Peak Spirit Kings managed to stand up despite the Heavenly Domain pressuring them. However, their movements were still severely restricted. It was at this moment that Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord, and he proceeded to kill the assassins one by one, starting from those that couldn't resist the Heavenly Domain. Stop. Aya. I will kill you. The assassins roared like beasts when their companions were killed before their eyes and they couldn't do anything to stop it. Within moments, Yuan had cut their number all the way down to just one. Is this all of you? Or will there be more coming later? Yuan asked Assassin Kong. Assassin Kong just kneeled there with a dazed look on his face, his spirit broken. Humph. Yuan didn't bother waiting for a response and decapitated him before burning all of their bodies, leaving behind their spatial rings and treasures. You guys can come out now. Yuan said out loud. Tian Yinyu and Tian Xianzu came out of their hiding spot the following moment. You actually managed to kill all of them by yourself? Tian Xianzu was in disbelief, but the corpses before him were solid evidence that he could not refute. Yuan nodded, and he asked, Do you know how many assassins the Silent Rippers have? I killed 17. 18 if we consider the one from a few days ago. Tian Xianzu pondered for a moment before responding. Honestly, nobody knows the exact number, but according to the rumors, there should be about 100 assassins within their group. 100? Yuan exclaimed. Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. That's a very small group if you compare them to the other groups that have hundreds if not thousands of assassins. Tian Yinyu said. I guess that makes sense. Anyways, since there are still more than 80 assassins out there, we will continue this for a few more days to see their response. Yuan then said. Alright. A few days later, Steward Jean was summoned again by the Silent Rippers. This time, they brought him to a secret location where over 50 of them were gathered. What is this about? If it's about the money, I have already paid the additional 10 million spirit stones. Steward Jean said, his back soaked in sweat. Just who in heaven's name did you request us to kill? 18 of our brothers and sisters are dead because of you. The leader of the Silent Rippers roared at Steward Jean. What? That's impossible. Steward Jean felt his body becoming numb from shock after hearing this information. Impossible? I dare you to tell me it's impossible again after seeing this. The leader proceeded to place 18 broken life tablets on the table before them. This is. Steward Jean swallowed nervously. Each of these represents one of our companions, and they all died on the same day within moments of each other. Tell me, who is this Xiaoyang? If you don't give us a satisfying answer, we will kill 18 people from the Lin family. Steward Jean became terrified after hearing the leader's threats. I swear, I really don't know anything about him or his background. He showed up suddenly and started helping the Tian family. He claimed that his ancestors owed a debt to the Tian family, and that he's there to repay that debt. I believed he was a nobody, but since we cannot touch the Tian family after what happened to the Stone Bandits, we decided to hire you guys to kill him to send a message. Steward Jean revealed everything to the assassins. The leader could tell that Steward Jean wasn't lying, but he was not satisfied with the answer. 300 million spirit stones. You will compensate us for our companion's death and pay for our effort. This is the first time the Silent Rippers will be going all out for a mission with all hands on deck. 300 million spirit stones. That's too much. We don't have that much money. Steward Jean nearly collapsed from shock after hearing this astronomical number. Don't fuck with me. The Lin family is one of the 7 legacy families. You can definitely pay up. You can either pay us the money or we will kill people from the Lin family. And we will consider each life to be worth 100,000 spirit stones, so we will kill 3,000 people in total. The leader shouted. No way. Steward Jean looked like he was in a dismay, and he regretted hiring the Silent Rippers immensely. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1080. Published at 2nd of August, 2022, 5:28 and 31 seconds AM. Chapter 1080. Chapter 1080 dealing with the Silent Rippers 4. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1080 dealing with the Silent Rippers 4. I understand. I will pay 300 million spirit stones. Steward Jean said. However, he was inwardly hoping for these assassins to be killed by Yuan, so that he won't have to pay them this astronomical amount of money. Naturally, the Lin family could pay 300 million spirit stone if they wanted, but this deal between Steward Jean and the Silent Rippers was not part of the Lin family's decision. Only he and Lin Minghai were involved in this scandal, and if their family learns of this, they could be punished, especially considering the recent commotion. Therefore, if he had to pay 300 million spirit stones, he had to do so without the Lin family's help. After returning to the Lin family, Steward Jean told Lin Minghai of the situation. When the young master of the Lin family heard this unpleasant news, his face turned as pale as clean bedsheets, almost as if his blood had been drained. How could this have happened? 300 million spirit stones. Where the fuck are we going to get that kind of money without asking for my family for help? Lin Minghai exclaimed, his face and back soaked in cold sweat. If this Xiao Yang somehow manages to kill the rest of the Silent Rippers, we won't have to pay them. Steward Jean said in a weak voice. Are you fucking stupid? You think he can handle the Silent Rippers all by himself? I mean, he's already killed 18 of them. Steward Jean said, clinging on to hope. I don't know what trick he's used to defeat so many assassins, but it will not happen a second time. Furthermore, the entire organization will be there this time. He's doomed to die, Lin Minghai said, mostly because he didn't want to believe that they had offended someone powerful enough to defeat the Silent Rippers. Anyways, I think the best course of action is to wait and see what happens, Steward Jean said. If we're left with no choice, we will have to ask your family for help. I believe they will be more angry if 3,000 people in their family die because of us. Lin Minghai sighed. We have no choice since we won't be able to pay 300 million spirit stones even if I sold all of my treasures. Later that night, 83 assassins surrounded the Tian family's household. They are here. Feng Yuxiang warned Tian Yinyu and the others when she noticed their presence. How many are there? Tian Xinzu asked. 83 people. All of them are spirit kings, and 11 of them are peak spirit kings. Xiaohua calmly said. 11 peak spirit kings. Old Zhou almost fell unconscious from shock after hearing this information. You stay here and protect them, Phoenix. Xiaohua will go with Brother Yuan just in case. Huh? Why do I have to stay here with them? Can't you do it? Or are you trying to earn points by yourself? Feng Yuxiang looked at her with a suspicious gaze. I can protect them by myself. Lan Yingying suddenly said, since they're mostly targeting Yuan, they won't pay any attention to us. Thank you. Feng Yuxiang said to her before leaving the room with Xiaohua. However, they didn't immediately go to Yuan. Instead, they hid their presence and watched the situation from afar, as they wouldn't be interfering with Yuan unless he needed help. Meanwhile, Yuan was already waiting in the courtyard for the assassins, and he has been cultivating there for the past few days. That's the bastard that killed 18 of our brothers and sisters? He looks so young. One of the assassins was shocked when he saw Yuan's appearance. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's a peak spirit king. And his appearance might even be fake. The leader of the Silent Rippers said to them using divine sense. The Silent Rippers did not immediately approach Yuan, and they assessed the situation and surroundings to make sure this wasn't a trap, as it looked like one. Sometime later, Yuan opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice. How long are you guys going to make me wait? If you're worried that this might be a trap, don't worry, I don't need such tactics to deal with you lot. A gentle breeze swept the courtyard the following moment, and 83 figures appeared out of thin air like ghosts, all of them surrounding Yuan, their bodies exuding intense killing intent. Sponsored content. Visit Hideout. Me for extra chapters. I don't know who you are, but congratulations. You're the first to push our Silent Rippers to the edge. A bulky middle-aged man spoke in a grim voice. Yuan glanced at this man and smiled. So you're the leader, huh? The leader frowned. How can you tell? It's not hard, especially considering that the atmosphere around you is vastly superior to the rest of the people here. That's right. I am the leader of the Silent Rippers, Zhan Shurchai. Remember my name when you go to hell. AHD, he continued. Any last words before we take care of you? Yuan nodded. Just one. Is this really the last of you guys? I don't want to wait around for more of you after killing everyone here. Kill him. Zhan Shurchai suddenly roared, and the 83 assassins there launched their attack at Yuan. Boom. The entire courtyard exploded, and the whole street trembled the following moment. However, Yuan remained unscathed, which shocked the assassins. This isn't good. Yuan didn't want the assassins to blow up the whole residence, so he attacked the assassins aggressively. Using his movement technique, he traveled from one assassin to another in a single step, and every time he brandished his sword, a life from the Silent Rippers would perish. Within minutes, the courtyard became dyed in red from the assassins' blood, with their corpses and body parts littered everywhere. The Silent Rippers became more terrified of Yuan as time passed, and they quickly realized that they had messed with the wrong person. But alas, it was already too late for them to change their mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1081 Confronting the Lin Family. Chapter 1081 Confronting the Lin Family. Within minutes of the Silent Rippers showing up in the courtyard, Yuan had already killed half of them. His movements were extremely fluid and decisive, and every single time he brandished his arm, one or more assassins would perish. This guy is a monster. Leader, what should we do? At this rate, he will completely obliterate us. The assassins turned to Zhan Shurchai for help. He won't be able to keep that up forever. He must be using a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. It will only be a matter of time before his weakness shows. Keep pushing. Zhan Shurchai commanded as he tried to attack Yuan. But he couldn't even catch Yuan's shadow, much less reach him. In the end, none of the assassins were able to harm Yuan. Hey, you're the only one left now. Yuan spoke as he looked at Zhan Shurchai with a calm gaze. Zhan Shurchai, who was kneeling on the floor with a missing arm and multiple wounds on his body, gritted his teeth in frustration. His gaze at Yuan filled with killing intent, yet he could not do anything about it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get this over with. Kill me already. Zhan Shurchai had already given up all hopes of surviving this ordeal. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. No, I won't kill you. What? Why not? A voice that wasn't Zhan Shurchai's voice suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at Tian, who had come out of hiding and was approaching them. Why won't you kill him? He's the leader of the Silent Rippers. Because I still have some use for him, he said. And he continued. I'll give you a chance to live. Go report yourself to the authorities and let them know about your mission, and how the Lin family had hired you to kill me. You can go fuck yourself. I'd rather kill myself than to give myself up. Zhan Shurchai laughed out loud. Is that so? Yuan then turned to look at Tian and asked. Do you want to visit the Lin family with me? You can stay here if you'd like. What do you mean by that? Are you going to the Lin family right now? Tian Yanya's eyes widened with shock. That's right. If he's not going to give himself up, I will do it myself. When Zhang Shichai heard Yuan's words, he immediately tried to explode his dantian. Heaven sealing technique. Yuan noticed this and sealed his cultivation before he could do anything. What did you just do to me? Zhang Shichai roared. I sealed your cultivation so you can't do anything stupid. Hearing this, Zhang Shichai tried to bite his tongue off next. However, when he opened his mouth, he found out that he couldn't close it back, almost as though there was something holding on to his mouth. Give it up. You won't die unless I let you, Yuan said. He turned to look at the dumbfounded Tian Yanyu and asked again, So? Are you coming? She quickly snapped out of her daze and nodded with a solemn expression on her face. Let go. Yuan grabbed Zhang Shichai by the neck before flying out of the resilience with Tian Yanyu. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua entered his body with Lan Yingying staying behind just in case there were any more assassins. Bring me to the Lin family, Yuan said to Tian Yanyu. Follow me. It was at this moment a notification appeared before Yuan. Faction rank. Captain. Sometime later, Yuan and Tian Yanyu arrived at the Lin family's main household. They descended in front of their front gates and said to the guards, Bring your patriarch out here. I have some questions for him. Who the hell are you? This isn't a place for children like you. The guards there immediately frowned. Scram before we make you. Yuan lifted Zhang Shichai into the air and held him before the guards, and he spoke in a cold voice. Your Lin family hired assassinations to kill me. If you don't bring out your patriarch, I will have to force him out. What? The guards exclaimed after hearing his claims. Outrageous. Why would the Lin family assassinate you? That's some serious accusations, boy. If you value your life, keep your mouth shut. Yuan sighed before speaking. I will ask you again. Are you going to get your patriarch or not? This chapter is updated by Freewebble CM. Piss off. The guard roared. Is that so? A cold look appeared on Yuan's face. He turned to look at Tian Yanyu and handed Zhang Shichai to her. Stay back and watch over him for me. What are you going to do? She had a bad feeling about this. Nothing much, he said with a smile. After hanging Zhang Shichai to Tian Yanyu, Yuan turned to focus on the gates, and the next moment, boom! Yuan kicked down the entire gate, shocking the guards there. Why, you crazy bastard! Intruder! Seize him! When the pedestrians there saw the scene, they stopped whatever they were doing to spectate. Who is this crazy bastard? He dares to kick down the Lin family's front gates. Heavens! He's even beating the guards down. More and more guards showed up to confront Yuan, but they were all beaten within seconds. Eventually, the real experts showed up with their Spirit King aura filling the place. Halt! What do you think you are doing? Identify yourself. 4 Spirit Kings surrounded Yuan. My name is Xiaoyang, and I am here to speak with the Lin family's patriarch, Yuan said, and he pointed at Tian Yanyu and Zhang Shichai and continued. That half-dead man is the leader of the Silent Rippers, and he told me that the Lin family had hired them to assassinate me. I am here to demand an answer from the Lin family. Yuan spoke in a loud and clear voice so that everyone from one end of the street to the other could hear him. Chapter 1082. Published at 7th of August, 2022 for 47 and 48 seconds PM. Chapter 1082. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1082. Confronting the Lin family 2. What? The Lin family hired those notorious assassins, the Silent Rippers. The pedestrians outside the Lin family were shocked when they heard this claim by Yuan. This must be due to what happened recently. Then that rumor must have been true. That the Lin family hired those bandits to harass the Tian family. They must have hired the Silent Rippers to silence them. How vicious and cruel. I never knew the Lin family were like this. What an eye-opener. The experts from the Lin family frowned when they heard the pedestrians' words. Not good. At this rate, the Lin family's reputation will hit rock bottom. They all cried inwardly. There must have been a misunderstanding. The Lin family did not hire the Silent Rippers. One of the experts said to Yuan. A misunderstanding? There are dozens of corpses in the Tian family because of the Silent Rippers, and many of them claim to have been hired by the Lin family. If you don't give an appropriate answer, I will have to stop being polite. Yuan calmly said. Stop being polite? You beat up our guards and spew nonsense in front of our building, yet you're still being polite? I cannot imagine what not being polite looks like. The experts cursed. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and capture him. One of the experts suddenly said. The experts quickly surrounded Yuan when they heard this person, and just as they prepared to apprehend Yuan, he flipped his palms and showed these experts the symbols that suddenly appeared on it. Celestial Overlord Captain? The experts raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner when they saw these words hovering above Yuan's palm. None of them recognized it. However, somewhere within the Lin family's building, an old man that had been watching the commotion through his divine sense suddenly snapped his eyelids open, his eyes filled with shock. That symbol. That's not possible. What is someone like him doing down here in the third heaven? This old man exclaimed, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of his room. Meanwhile, what the hell are you trying to attempt? One of the experts there asked Yuan after seeing the symbol, but not recognizing it. You don't recognize it? I guess I gave you guys too much credit. Yuan shook his head when nobody there recognized the Celestial Overlord's faction symbol. This is why I didn't want to rely on this symbol. Nobody down here recognizes it. He sighed inwardly. If you think those worthless words will save you, think again. The experts made their movements. Wait. Halt. However, before they could do anything, a loud voice echoed loudly, causing all of these experts to flinch and halt their movements. When the experts turned around and saw the old man approaching them, their eyes widened with shock. Senior Lin. The experts there lowered their heads and bowed to him. Looks like someone actually recognizes the symbol. Yuan smiled inwardly after seeing the situation. Indeed, this old man recognized the Celestial Overlord symbol. Even though he has never been in the upper heavens or seen their symbol before, he has at least heard about it. In order to keep their descendants up to date about the situation in the upper heavens, these families in the upper heavens, such as the 7 legacy families, would send down the most information about the upper heavens down to their branch families in the lower heavens. And as one of the top factions in the entire 9 heavens, it would only make sense for these families in the upper heavens to include the Celestial Overlords. Although the chances were slim to none, it was not impossible for someone from the Celestial Overlords to show up in the lower heavens, and these families were afraid of that minor chance happening, hence the precaution. All of you, get on your knees and apologize to this young master. The old man roared at the experts. What? The experts and all of the spectators there were shocked speechless after hearing the old man's words. Did you not hear me? It's either that or your heads will roll on the floor. The old man shouted again. The experts trembled in fear, and they quickly kowtowed to Yuan the following moment while feeling completely baffled and puzzled by the situation. We apologize. The old man then turned to look at the guards and shouted, You bastards as well. Kowtow and apologize to the young master. If the experts had the kowtow to Yuan, these guards naturally had to follow, and unless they were unconscious, these guards got on their knees and kowtowed to Yuan. We apologize. The spectators there wondered what Yuan's real identity was for these people from the Lin family to kowtow to him. Young master, please forgive these fools for not recognizing your identity. They have never seen the real Mount Tai before, so they don't know any better. The old man said to him with a humble look on his face. Yuan calmly looked at him and asked, Who are you? This humble one is named Lin Chunhua. I was the previous patriarch of the Lin family. In other words, I am the current patriarch's father. I understand that something unfortunate has happened to the Tian family recently. Why don't we go talk somewhere more appropriate? Sure. Yuan nodded. He turned to look at Tian Yinyu and beckoned for her. Tian Yinyu swallowed nervously before approaching him. The ancestor of the Lin family is acting so respectful to him. Just what is his true identity? Did his ancestors really owe the Tian family? Why is he helping our Tian family? So many questions appeared in Tian Yanya's head as she followed Yuan and the old man into the Lin family's household. Meanwhile, the pedestrians there scattered to spread the news, sending shockwaves throughout the city. An unknown individual had kicked down the Lin family's door, and not only did he not get tortured to death, but he was even politely escorted into the Lin family's household by their retired patriarch. Chapter 1083. Published at 9th of August, 2022, 1:57 p.m. Chapter 1083. 1083 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1083 Confronting the Lin family, 3. After being escorted into the Lin family's best guest room, Lin Chunhua gestured for them to take a seat at the luxurious couches. I will make some tea for us, Lin Chunhua said after they sat down. But Yuan waved his hand and said, there's no need. Let's get straight to the point. Your Lin family had hired assassins, the Silent Rippers, to assassinate me. The proof is over there. He pointed at the half-dead man in Tian Yanya's grasp. Lin Chunhua looked at Zhang Shichai with a deep frown on his face. Why do you think my Lin family hired them? While I admit that we sometimes go overboard, we would never ask assassins for help, especially not the Silent Rippers. They said so themselves, and it's too much of a coincidence for this to happen after what we did to the Stone Bandits. If what you say is true, then I will investigate this situation and bring out the perpetrator and compensate you for the trouble. However, before I do that, I must notify the current patriarch of the Lin family about the situation, and see what he has to say. Lin Chunhua retrieved a communication jade slip and mumbled into it. While we wait for him to show up, I have a few questions if you don't mind. Go ahead. You're a member of the esteemed Celestial Overlords, a captain at that. Am I correct? Indeed. Yuan nodded. Celestial Overlords? What is that? A sect? Tian Yanyu wondered inwardly, as she has never heard of such a place before in her entire life. What is someone of your prestigious stature doing down here in the third heaven? If you don't feel comfortable telling me, I completely understand. My ancestor owed a debt to the Tian family, but he is no longer able to repay that debt, hence why I am here. Yuan explained. Is that so? The Tian family, huh? The old man turned to look at Tian Yanyu, who was quite nervous at this moment. To be honest with you, I usually spend most of my time in seclusion trying to break through to Spirit Emperor, so I don't know much about the situation outside the Lin family. And even the situation within the family isn't very clear to me, as it has been over 100 years since I last left seclusion. Lin Chunhua explained. And he continued, if my Lin family has done anything wrong while I was away, I will personally step in to fix it. I swear. That's good to hear, Yuan calmly said. A few minutes later, the door slammed open when a middle-aged man rushed into the room. Father, what happened? What's the emergency? For you to come out unannounced and so suddenly. Shut up. Lin Chunhua suddenly roared. You useless son. Get your ass over here. The middle-aged man was speechless. How could his father treat him in such a manner before guests? His father was someone who valued face more than anything, yet he was doing something that would lower the Lin family's face. However, he could tell that his father was enraged, so he didn't dare to question it. After closing the door, the patriarch of the Lin family walked to stand beside Lin Chunhua. I will ask you a question, and you will answer me truthfully. If you dare lie before my face, I will have you replaced. Lin Chunhua said, causing Patriarch Lin to swallow nervously. As the strongest cultivator in the Lin family and being the previous patriarch, Lin Chunhua still had immense authority within the Lin family, so he could very well do what he threatened to do. Did you, the Lin family, hire assassins to assassinate this young master here? The Silent Rippers, no less. What? That's outrageous. We would never do such a thing. Then how do you explain that? Lin Chunhua pointed at the half-dead Zhang Shichai. Patriarch Lin turned to look at Zhang Shichai. Although he didn't recognize Zhang Shichai at first due to his swollen face and overall bad condition, he would eventually recognize him. Isn't that the leader of the Silent Rippers, Zhang Shichai? What is he doing here? According to the young master, he raided the Tian family at the request of the Lin family. However, he was subdued and the Silent Rippers were exterminated by the young master instead. Lin Chunhua said. Young master? Patriarch Lin was utterly gobsmacked when he realized how respectful his father was to this young man. This is the first time Lin Chunhua has shown such respect for a junior like Yuan. I apologize for the late introduction. I am Lin Xingmi, the current patriarch of the Lin family. Patriarch Lin said to Yuan, but he clearly wasn't taking Yuan as seriously as his father. Xiaoyang. This is who I am. Yuan showed the celestial overlord symbol for a second time. Patriarch Lin raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner when he saw Yuan's action. What is? He suddenly halted his words midway through his sentence, and his eyes widened with shock. Divas, are you from the celestial overlords? Patriarch Lin exclaimed when he remembered reading about it. I am. He calmly nodded. Patriarch Lin finally understood why his father came out of seclusion so suddenly, and why he was being so respectful to Yuan. Although the Lin family is one of 7 legacy families and incredibly influential within their world, their family's influence actually becomes weaker the higher they go in the 9 heavens, and above the 5th heavens, they are no different than a middle-class family. Meanwhile, the celestial overlords are a peak faction in the supreme heaven, which is the peak of the 9 heavens. The difference between the celestial overlords and the 7 legacy families was akin to heaven and earth. They were simply incomparable. Please forgive me for not recognizing your identity sooner, young master. Patriarch Lin began addressing him as young master as well. No way. Tianyin muttered inwardly. Not in a million years could she have imagined such a situation would occur. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1084. Published at 10th of August, 2022, 12:57 and 8 seconds p.m. Chapter 1084. 1084. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1084. Confronting the Lin family 4. Rest assured, young master. I will find the culprit who hired the Silent Rippers to bother you no matter how long it will take. And if it truly turns out to be someone from my Lin family, I will immediately have him executed no matter his identity. Patriarch Lin said with a serious expression on his face after learning of Yuan's identity and the immense background behind him. Yuan nodded with a satisfied look on his face. How long do you think it will take? 2. No, I will have it done within a week. Patriarch Lin assured him in a confident voice. Then I will return to this place in a week. I hope you will have sorted everything out by then. Yuan stood up and turned to look at Tianyin and said, Let's go. You can leave that man behind for the Lin family to interrogate. Why yes. She snapped out of her daze and handed the leader of the Silent Rippers over to Patriarch Lin. He'll try to kill himself, so make sure you don't let that happen. Yuan warned them before making his way to the exit. Neither Lin Chunhua or Patriarch Lin dared to stop him. In fact, they wanted him to leave as soon as possible, as his presence was simply too heavy for them. Once Yuan's presence could no longer be felt, Lin Chunhua turned to look at his son and spoke in a grim voice. Do not mess this up. The celestial overlords are a top faction within the supreme heaven. A single mistake and we could be wiped out, and not even our family in the upper heaven would be able to do a thing. Moreover, the celestial overlords are known to be a righteous faction. So if it's true that someone from our family hired assassins such as the notorious Silent Rippers to kill him, they have every right to destroy us. I am well aware of our situation. Patriarch Lin spoke with a deep frown on his face. Are you sure you know? If you had kept an eye on the family properly, none of this would have happened. I went into closed cultivation for 100 years, and you messed everything up. How will I ever be able to enter closed cultivation with a peace of mind now, you useless son? I'm really sorry, father. I have let you down. No. You let the Lin family down. Lin Chunhua shouted. am going to do my own investigations because I cannot trust you to handle this by yourself. Over the next several hours, the Lin family would become incredibly busy with people scrambling around like ants. Meanwhile, news of what happened outside the Lin family spread throughout the city like wildfire, shocking everyone. What? The Lin family hired the Silent Rippers to assassinate the Tian family. So the rumors were true. They must have tried to silence the Tian family. Heavens! How low the Lin family has fallen. The situation with the Lin family had gotten so bad that the other legacy families had sent people to speak with Patriarch Lin. However, they were all turned away without any explanations. What the hell is the Lin family doing? We're in the middle of something important, and they're messing around with assassins. Unbelievable. This will surely affect our reputation as well. The other legacy families were not happy about the situation, especially since they will definitely be dragged into such a scandal. Moreover, they were in the middle of hunting a wanted criminal, and this would only make things more difficult for everyone. However, there was nothing they could do about it except wait for the Lin family to fix it. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lin family, Yuan and Tian Yinyu made their way back to the Tian family. But shortly before they arrived, another person would arrive at the Tian family. Mistress, what are you doing here? Old Zhou was shocked to see her. Is it true that my daughter started something with the Lin family? Tian Suyin asked in a nervous manner. Starting something? We're far past that point. Tian Xian's voice suddenly resounded. What do you mean by those words? What happened? Where's Yinyu right now? Tian Suyin glared at her husband with an enraged look on her face. What happened, you ask? The Lin family had hired the Silent Rippers to silence us. As for Yinyu, she's currently at the Lin family with AP. Tian Xianzu suddenly felt something slap him across his face. What in heaven's name are you doing? I left Yinyu in your care, because I trusted that you would protect her. And why the hell are you so calm about this? Tian Xianzu didn't utter a single word and accepted the slap, as he felt that had deserved it for not being able to stop Tian Yinyu from going to war with the Lin family. And right as he prepared to explain the whole situation to his wife, another voice resounded. Mother? What are you doing here? It was Tian Yinyu, and she had just returned with Yuan. Why Yinyu? Are you okay? Did the Lin family do anything to you? Tian Suyin rushed over to her daughter. That's her mother, huh? Yuan looked at the beautiful woman standing before Tian Yinyu. Not only did Tian Yinyu resemble her mother, but they looked almost like sisters, with the mother being several years older. I'm fine, mother. What about you? Did something happen at the sect? Why did you suddenly return? I returned because of you. I have warned you many times to not mess with the Lin family, and what do you do when I leave you alone for a bit? You mess with the Lin family. Now they're sending the most notorious assassins in the third heaven, the Silent Rippers, to our residence. We need to get you out of here before they kill you. Tian Yinyu took a step back and quickly said, calm down, mother. The situation isn't as dire as you think, really. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1085 Familiar Sword Technique. Chapter 1085 Familiar Sword Technique. Isn't that dire? Are you seriously saving that? We are currently being hunted by the Silent Rippers. Not even my sect can protect us from them. And what about the Lin family? They will surely try to do something as well. Tian Suyin exclaimed with a heated expression on her face. Just take a moment to calm down while I explain. Tian Yinyu sighed, and she continued. First of all, the Silent Rippers are no longer a threat to us. They've already been dealt with, and their leader was even captured. What? Tian Suyin's eyes widened with shock upon hearing this information. The notorious Silent Rippers have been dealt with? Their leader was captured? By whom? Who could possibly be strong enough to do such a thing? And before Tian Suyin could ask these questions, Tian Yinyu pointed at the handsome young man standing behind her and spoke. Meet Xiaoyang. He's the one who helped us deal with the Silent Rippers. Tian Suyin turned to look at Yuan. Although she had noticed his presence, she didn't even bother looking at him as she had more important things to care about. However, when she saw Yuan's handsome face, she became quite startled, mostly because Yuan looked almost like her daughter. Although neither Tian Yinyu nor Tian Xianzu noticed the similarities, Tian Suyin noticed it at glance. Who are you? Tian Suyin asked him after snapping out of her daze. My name is Xianyang, and I came here to repay a debt my ancestors owed to your ancestors. Yuan said with a friendly smile on his face. Tian Suyin immediately frowned, as she didn't buy his excuse, and he simply looked too suspicious, especially his appearance. Are you the reason my Tian family got entangled with the Lin family and the Silent Rippers? Tian Suyin had a feeling this was the situation and asked him for confirmation. The Tian family and the Lin family had already been tangled with each other even before my arrival. I am simply trying to untangle it. Really? Tian Suyin spoke with a doubtful look on her face. How do I know that you weren't sent here by the Lin family? We've been handling our situation with the Lin family just fine before your help. But look at how things turned out when you showed up. How things turned out? Yuan raised an eyebrow. And he continued, if you're talking about the Silent Rippers, I have already taken care of them. And the leader is being interrogated by the Lin family. As for the Lin family themselves, they have agreed to find the person responsible for hiring the Silent Rippers. You dare to tell me that you, a mere spirit king, managed to deal with the Silent Rippers that are known to have multiple spirit kings? Your farts are getting louder and louder, brat. The frown on Tian Suyin's face burrowed even deeper. He's telling the truth. Tian Xianzu suddenly spoke. I watched him do it after all. That's right. Xiaoyang is extremely powerful and talented. He can handle multiple spirit kings by himself. Tian Yinyu jumped in to defend Yuan. Tian Suyin turned silent for a good moment after hearing her husband and daughter's words. If you're truly as powerful as they claim, I want to see it for myself. You want to spar with me? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. I have to confirm for myself your strength, after all. I don't suggest doing that, mother. Xiaoyang. He's really powerful. Tian Yinyu said with a worried look on her face. Shut up. I don't care if he's the strongest cultivator in the 9 heavens. Unless I see it for myself, I won't believe it. If that's what it will take for you to calm down. Yuan nodded with a confident look on his face. They entered the courtyard shortly after. I don't want to damage my own home, so let's put up a defensive array first. Tian Suyin said. You're an array master? Yuan asked. No, I am. Tian Xianzu suddenly said. I'm a level 4 array master, he continued. Really? I'm actually a level 2 array master myself. Yuan smiled. Seriously? You're also an array master? Is there anything you can't do? Tian Yinyu asked with a baffled look on her face. Sometime later, Tian Xianzu covered the courtyard in a defensive array. However, since he created it in a hurry, the defensive array wasn't anything impressive and actually quite fragile. When Yuan saw this, he said, Are you sure this is enough? It won't last even a single attack. It'll be fine. It's not like we're trying to kill each other. Tian Suyin nodded. This chapter is updated by Friedenville, CM. Then whenever you're ready. I won't be using any spiritual techniques to make this fair. Yuan said with a calm smile. Tian Suyin's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing his words that sounded like he was underestimating her. And without warning, she rushed at him with her fists ready to strike. Seeing this, Yuan began dodging her strikes, making it seem as though they were dancing around the courtyard. Eventually, Tian Suyin retrieved her sword and started attacking Yuan with even more intensity. Tian Suyin did not want to use any techniques at first since she didn't want to damage her home. But she was feeling irritated about the fact that she couldn't even land a single strike on a junior like Yuan. So she started unleashing sword techniques at him. These sword techniques, for some reason, Yuan could feel a sense of familiarity from Tian Suyin's sword techniques even though this is his first time seeing it. And the more he looked at it, the stronger this feeling got. It quickly got to the point where he was no longer focused on the fight, but the sword techniques instead. Why am I feeling this sense of familiarity from her sword techniques? Is it related to one of my past lives? He couldn't help but ponder about this possibility. C1086 Lin Family's Gathering. Chapter 1086 Lin Family's Gathering. Are you mocking me? Tian suddenly stopped moving and shouted at Yuan, who had been completely focused on her sword techniques. Ha! What are you talking about? He snapped out of his daze and asked. You've been doing nothing but avoid me. Are we playing tag or are we fighting? She pointed her sword at him, and on her face was an angry frown. Oh, sorry. I was distracted by something, Yuan said with an apologetic smile on his face. And he asked, by the way, before we continue, can I ask you a question? Where did you learn that sword technique? If you beat me, I will tell you, Tian sneered. Very well. Yuan gave Tian a moment to prepare herself. Once it seemed like she was ready, Yuan suddenly disappeared from Tian vision, even though she had been staring at him without blinking, almost like head disappeared into thin air. She suddenly felt a presence appear behind her, and she instinctively turned around while swinging her sword. Yuan calmly moved his hand behind her elbow, preventing her from turning around any further, and with his other hand he gave her one good punch on the side of her stomach. Ah! Tian released a painful cry before falling to her knees. Even though it seemed like an ordinary punch, the punch actually shook the spiritual energy in Tian dantian like a shockwave, forcing her body to feel weak, temporarily losing all of her strength. I think the disparity between you and I should be quite clear now, Yuan said to her as he lowered his fist, letting them rest beside him. Tian gritted her teeth in frustration. She was a sect elder of a relatively strong sect, yet she couldn't even touch a single hair on Yuan's body, who was many years younger than her. And to make matters worse, she wielded a weapon and used techniques while Yuan confronted her with his bare hands. Although Tian couldn't fully grasp Yuan's strength from their light spar, one thing was clear, and that Yuan was a formidable individual. What did I tell you, mother? Xiaoyang is the real deal, and what he showed you just now isn't even a small fraction of his full strength. Tian Yinyu shook her head at her mother. To be fair, your mother didn't use her full strength either. Well, I think she just wanted to understand my strength even if it's a little, Yuan said, hoping it'd make Tian feel better. Once the spiritual energy inside her body stabilized, Tian stood up and spoke in a low voice, Sword of Indomitable Will. That's the name of the sword technique I used, and it's a technique from the Jade Sword Manor. Although it's a relatively weak sword technique, I learned it because I liked its name. Sword of Indomitable Will. Yuan mumbled this name in a low voice. I am actually a disciple of this sect, and I also know this sword technique, by the way. Tian Yinyu suddenly said. Is that so? After pondering for a moment he asked. Do you mind if I visit the Jade Sword Manor? Why would you want to do that? Tian Yinyu asked. I want to confirm something, he said, giving a vague answer. Tian Yinyu realized this, so she didn't ask further. No, Tian suddenly said, and she continued, until you settle your business with the Lin family and this situation. You're not going anywhere. I don't want you bringing trouble into our sect. Yuan nodded. Don't worry, it'll all be settled in a few days. Anyways, I'm going to rest for a bit. If you need me, you know where to find me, Yuan said to them before going back to his room. Once Yuan was gone, Tian turned to look at Tian Yinyu and said with a solemn face, You're going to tell me everything from the beginning. And don't you dare miss even the slightest detail. I understand. Thus, the Tian family went to another room for their meeting. Meanwhile, at the Lin family, all of its members had been gathered in one place under Patriarch Lin's instructions. I wonder what happened. I can't even recall the last time Father gathered all of us in such a manner. A young lady mumbled out loud to the others around her. It probably has something to do with what happened very recently. Another person said, What happened? According to what my servant told me, Some crazy bastard kicked down our Lin family's front gate, and even beat many of our guards. What? Which madman would dare to do such a thing? Even if that did happen, why would the Patriarch summon all of us? This chapter is updated by Freedomville, CM. I heard that Ancestor Lin also came out of his seclusion recently. The Ancestor? Does this mean he's finally breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm? Silence. A loud voice suddenly resounded, instantly hushing the room. Then the sound of footsteps resounded. A few moments later, Patriarch Lin appeared before them. Patriarch Lin swept his gaze at the tens of thousands of people in front of him, and said in a clear voice, "I want the names of those who could not make it today on my desk by tonight." Yes. An old man immediately responded in a loud voice. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Lin continued, "I have gathered all of you here today for two reasons. First of all, the upper heavens have decided to send people down here to look for the sinner that had received heaven's death sentence. And it's not just a few people. According to the information I was given by the Lin family in the upper heavens, thousands of people from all sorts of terrifying backgrounds that far surpasses our Lin families will be sent down here in a month or so." Everyone there expressed great shock after hearing this information, as this was an unprecedented event that could shake up the entire 9 heavens. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.